Welcome to session number 4 of our adventure in MIO Memories in Orbit. Hopefully we'll get more done than we did in session 3, because what happened in session 3, we made absolutely zero progress, and I do mean zero. Not a new room on the map, not a single thing collected. All we did was wipe against the boss up here, Sol and Vin, for about 4 hours straight, and got the dodging pattern mostly down, just not very consistently, and got the boss, or rather bosses themselves, down to about the 20% mark, I think, when the fight becomes a pure aerial battle. But it took quite a long time just to get to that point for any kind of clean attempt at all. And it's very clear that we were going into that a little bit underpowered. And I think we've learned what we can about how to approach it, and it is theoretically beatable in our current state, but I think it'll be a lot more convenient once we get a few more points going, so in the air phase we actually have enough points to plug in a couple of abilities that give us a bit more damage output to get through that phase before we fall into the pit below and fail repeatedly for hours and hours to come. So progressing over here doesn't seem like it's going to be a path forward, at least not today. And we'll be looking for some alternatives. Now, at the end of the previous stream, we did take some time to explore a little bit to see where some potential pathways might be. We found that the swamp over on the right side might not be it. It looks like it's just a little bit out of reach with our current abilities, since the wall climb with the striders that we picked up 2 sessions ago doesn't really seem to be getting us very far over there. Likewise here, where there's a descent right in the middle of the map, where you see now there's a door pointing left in that bottom left corner of the triangular room. That also seems to be just barely out of reach, that we're missing one additional air dash or grapple or something to get us over. But currently, with the energy system the way it is, we couldn't quite do it. So we'll be looking around at some of the other spots on the map today that look like they're still potentially open for exploration. Right here in the middle of the map, bottom middle, I see a little place there that for some reason I don't think I could approach that previously, because we couldn't quite get through a fan that was blowing us back up even with the wall climb. It was a very near thing, though. I think it might be theoretically doable if we try it. There are also some other locations up here that might also be worth checking, depending on whether the relevant doors have been unlocked. So we'll be poking around a little bit today and just trying to find some way to progress in the game somehow. And let's see how we do. Also, do I currently have the setup that I want to proceed, so we don't spend too much time fumbling around and realizing that I forgot to put this back on, for instance, where we get the free repairs. Very vital when you're exploring. I think we'll keep everything else as is for now until we have some additional points happening. So let's just explore and see where we can go on the map. So yeah, previously we've gotten the blood and the eye attuned, but we do see 3 more nodes to go, and then of course there's going to be this very ominous looking central area up here that we'll have to go up to. That's a little out of view at the moment, but if you go up to the top level, clearly there's something to activate. In terms of what we can buy right now, said everything your friend left, she was well-mannered, never broke a thing. Considering her candor, I'm pretty sure she'll just walk as straight as possible until she reaches her so-called edge of the world. Oh, that's right. That's somebody we have to follow. I remember from last time. So Currently, I'm saving up my cores and my cash because we might want to dump them onto coding components if we collect 2 out of 4. But as we explore, we might also have some other mods available that we would want to work with, so we'll just keep the current setup for now and come back accordingly when we need to. So let's just check the top level first and see where we can go. So right side we had opened up. I don't know why we hadn't mapped this, actually. Maybe this is the way to go. No, we had been here to Leo's private quarters. I wonder why it wasn't mapped when we stopped at a save point. I guess it's off the map, perhaps. We had checked up here to see if there was anything to look around with going that way, and didn't seem so, but alright, let's just kind of get familiar with some of the energy mechanics again. So yeah, we did go up here before, but didn't seem to find a good way to progress at this point, so I don't think that'll be anything. This is what I was talking about. That's the spine. And the shell is something that will open in due course, but probably for some time. We want to request an audience with a librarian. Why not? Not yet, little unit. The spine won't receive you. You must wait for a shell to open first. Yeah, I'm guessing that this is something pretty close to the finale once we've had all of the other pearls taken care of. Asking about the tremors. We've got candles everywhere. So yeah, in terms of the open spots on a map, we had previously tried to get to a few of them, but for some reason going up over here in Metropolis didn't seem to get me very far, and I can't actually remember why, but we'll have to go back there and check. And again, down here in the bottom middle, I couldn't quite stash enough energy to climb down through the gust of wind, although that might be something that we should try a second time. In which case we might actually even want to warp over just to do that quickly, but there might be a few more spots that we want to check. For instance, top left corner of the room where we dealt with the eye might be something, so let's see where I'm going. Up one floor. I'm sure everything in this game will feel much easier now by comparison after all the wiping we did against Sol and Vin last time. For hours and hours. It'll all be smooth sailing from here, I'm sure. Comparatively speaking. Now, so up here, this is shut, but... Oh. Now, if you grapple over, you've spent your energy, so you can't actually do the wall climb immediately, but... I'm trying to see. Yeah, sometimes I can't quite estimate the range for whether the wall climb is available, but here... Let's see if we can get enough ice momentum going to do a little bit of climbing up here. That might be new onto the top left, so couldn't quite cling onto that though. Yeah, I can't always see the range that I'm going for, but it looks like there's nothing to reveal in the top left anyway. I wonder why that's looking like it needs defogging on the map, but looks like it's nothing. Now, yeah, because there are these tiny little corners here and there sometimes that might not be real paths. So, let's see, I really don't remember what was open from here, so let's just add back to some of the spots around Metropolis that I was talking about and see if we can make any progress there. I probably would have a slightly better memory of what we could progress through next if we hadn't spent quite so long wiping on the same boss over and over. Now, we're going to go back up there just for the warp point. I'm not going to fight it, obviously. But if we can head back up there, we will. That's not a place I can actually climb. Let's see how we got up there in the first place. I honestly don't even remember that. There's obviously an energy reload up there. Oh, yeah, there's a little grapple point here. There we go. Just trying to get back to the save that we had. Now let's see what we're going to do here. Yeah, so this gives you a climb through to the ceiling. We need to watch out for background elements like that, because now that we have the wall climb, that will occasionally get us to new places. Is this a new place? No, it's not. That was the wraparound that goes all the way up top. We've been there. We've seen it. Anyway, this save point we're far too familiar with, but today we're just going to warp to another one. And yeah, we might go down and try the city gates first. We might also just see if we can gain some verticality anywhere here, because clearly there is more to explore over on the Blood Sanctum side, so we'll try that first. And just remind ourselves of why it wasn't we couldn't climb, what it was we had or hadn't tried. For instance, if you come up here, there's clearly something up above. Oh, missed it. Yeah, again, sometimes I don't have a good sense of or cling range when it comes to getting onto a wall or ceiling, and so let's get energy reloaded first, and then yeah, so clearly there's something to the left here that we reload on this side, and we can come up here. I had come this far before, but we didn't seem to have a way to go much further. You see, that looks slightly out of reach. Maybe if we double jump up towards this, I'll have to gain just a tiny bit of height first. Nope, doesn't seem so, but there's clearly something below us that we might just have to access from the inside wall instead. I thought I had checked some of this, but I don't recall why it was we couldn't proceed. Oh, I see, because yeah, so you can theoretically cling onto this side. Maybe we just didn't try this properly, because I should be able to get up onto that ledge. Maybe. Well, let's see. Because clearly there's a way to go up and then into that room that we saw up top. But you have to have a pretty good sense of where you're climbing. Like if you get on the ledge here, that's what we want. I can't actually get onto the next floor though, so that hasn't revealed itself just yet. Yeah, because I thought I had tried a lot of this. I mean, you can go over... Oh, maybe we didn't do this. This part here. Maybe I hadn't been here. Locked from the other side. No, maybe we have then. Well, sometimes you really do need to watch the background carefully to see if there's an additional point for us to climb. But I don't see a way up at the moment. So maybe that we need to head up to a higher level from outside the structure first, but it's not quite clear to me yet. For example, if we go to the right side in this room and see if we can get on a higher platform. Then we'll see what we can do. Nope, this blocks you off. That's why we couldn't do anything there. Alright, let's see what else we haven't checked. So it looks like I can't really go up from here. Well, we can check the central section above that City Hall area. But there was some dead end that I hit there previously as well, and so we'll have to port back and see exactly what is new. That's also where we learned that it was possible to climb on some of the background elements. Like these, for instance. We did make it up here previously. But I don't remember why it was that our progress stalled from this point. Oh. Because we did see the statue. And there is a column to the right of the statue where we made it up the outside of the lift, but I believe the lift is actually jammed from on top. Obstructed by something that we have not managed to peel off just yet. And we did try to inspect this on both sides. And we did go up the shaft to do it. But it wasn't clear how one proceeds from this point, because this gets stuck here. You have to go inside the shaft. Or at least remove the obstruction. It looks like it might be past Sol and Vin, or it might be the column that is to our right, like on the other side of this wall. But then we'd have to figure out how to actually get on that side, and we had previously, because we had gone over here to try to make this side of climb. Oh, that's interesting. That actually, no, we're already technically... Yeah, it's a little difficult to read the center point of a dot, because I see what looks kind of like a right side column, but that's actually... not seemingly accessible. Let's see, because maybe... Yeah, because this already goes center here. That's interesting. That seems like there's a little bit of inaccuracy in how the map is drawn, to be honest. And it looks like there should be two columns there that are light colored on black background, but I think the black line just represents the elevator wall then? I don't know. Yeah, that seemed a little bit misleading. Okay, so it's not going to be this. At least until we ungem the whole lift. Which means... we should see what was on the left side. The left side seems to have an opening, but I don't remember what it was that we couldn't get through over there. It's something on that side that we didn't rod properly. Okay, let's see if we remember how to fight in this game. Some of the time. So yeah, we had opened this. And why was it we couldn't progress further to the left? There was some obstruction. Oh, maybe I just didn't climb this properly. Or you can totally go to the left, and why didn't we? Maybe we actually didn't progress through here. Huh. I thought I would have checked this. Oh, because I'm stuck here. Why doesn't that open? Huh. That's why. Okay, so we couldn't get through here, but then can't even see what's obstructing me on that. And it totally looks like it should be an opening. I guess it has to be cracked open from the other side then. But then we have a ceiling here. Ah, okay. This looks like potentially new territory. Yes, I think we have not done this part. So yeah, you would need to get through the wind and refresh energy and get up here. Now let's see if we can crack open any shortcuts. And then that looks like it's rock set can be breakable somehow, not from this side though. However, you get on, oops, the wall. I was hoping to wrap around and scale over here, but nothing. However, we are in new territory. I don't think I got up to this room previously. Or did we? Because I kind of remember maybe reaching this floor and not being able to progress. Oh, we have been here. Okay, yeah. But for some reason, I didn't know how to progress in this room. These totally look like they should open, but they don't. We can see if maybe... Oh. There was anything to grapple through in the hole. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so we actually did hit this dead end before. In that case, I'm not sure. Since we have been here. Presumably, maybe we're missing some ability that will get me through here, because you can't just slap it. There's something that I don't have yet. That cracks this open from this side. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't have anything in my arsenal that I just forgot about. Okay, so that's not how to progress yet then. Now if we fall back in here, that falls back into the city hall area. Maybe there's some way to wrap around the left side of that, but I don't see it, so we'll need to try something else. See, if we don't find anywhere else to go, we'll just go back to wiping on that boss. For another few hours, I'm sure. But it looks like we checked everything up here, essentially, so... let's maybe port back down. It's possible I missed something very subtle. That switch over there... oh, that switch over there would maybe deactivate the wind, but we can't actually get to that yet. However, no, we could cling through it, maybe. That's something that we hadn't done previously, in fact, is cling through that switch. Cling through wind rather to hit that switch. That actually could be where to progress. To get there, it will actually be more convenient, I think, to... oh, drop down here for one thing. Yeah, I don't think we did the wall cling through this panel. That's new, so... Let's see what this does. Well, no, this will be more items in the shop, which is great because maybe we'll get more modifier slots. At least fall didn't break my frame. Mel would kill me if I got so much as a scratch. Not that it would be worse than being stuck up there. Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, well, at least we can check the shop. And now, of course, we don't have the wind to get us up there, but could we turn it back on? No, not really. But I guess there wasn't much to climb towards up there to begin with that we would be able to reach. Since that's kind of sealed off by the ceiling here. Okay, well, at least we did something new today. I think we should probably drop back down and check the lower level then to see if we can climb through the wind. For some reason I previously had failed to dive through. But we should actually check the shop first. We'll just put back there first. Because if we can get more modifier slots, I think I would like to prioritize that. Oops. Watch that energy pool. A lot more carefully sometimes. You'll have to be quick, lads. I don't have the time. I need to watch over the lads constantly or they'll blow up everything. Why do they have to be so careless? Where did I go wrong with them? I'm starting to think all of this was a mistake. In any case, there's still one missing, and I still need it here, so if you find it, you know the drill. Okay, so we've actually done pretty well in terms of finding them. Modifier extension, only 10 slots, very expensive for 10 slots, but then we also have quite a lot more coating when we're able to buy some of that. In fact, we have enough that when we have sufficient cores, we can get a whole health point just here. But I do think I want to prioritize having more modifiers. And we'll see what we can plug in there. We'll need to make a few revisions, but let's drop back down and try them. Okay, 10 points free. Yeah, we can just go for more crystallized cash for now, perhaps, unless we want to replace this with the after image 30 pointer. Actually, I want to take a look at this just to see how it looks momentarily. We might not keep it, but like if you used a hairpin, then it leaves the decoy, and that's what the timing is. It only activates so if you successfully hairpin into something. And then it disappears after a moment. That's interesting. I don't know if we'll keep it, though. We'll go back to our old setup for now until we have more points. There may be situational fights later where we do want to use that. And I think we'll keep this for now. Okay, in terms of where to try next. Well, there was the spot where I didn't seem to be able to climb through the wind, but again, it was a very near miss. I think we should try a second time, so we'll go back to Metropolis. here will drop down below. Now, there are also a few doors here that I haven't checked because I don't remember what unlocks them. There's definitely some key that we haven't picked up yet. We have 3 out of 6 serial numbers. We have the candles, but we don't know where the candles are plugged in or how many we need in total. And these we've already used. I know I'm missing one key for one of the doors down there, but we'll see what that was. Thought it was something like Liho's key or something, but we might have overlooked that. Let's see. Yeah, actually, we could just as easily take the lower path here, which we know about. And I know we ran into a lock down below, but let's check what it was again just to be clear about what we've been doing and what we can manage. So, yeah, definitely there have been a few places down here too in the lower levels where we haven't experimented much with the wall cling just yet because we just haven't been back. So locked from the other side. Okay, that's the problem. Oh. Getting hit a little bit hard here. Let's remember to dodge from time to time. We learned a thing or two about that. Okay, so that's why we couldn't get through there, but let's head on up and... You know, that one ability that gives you energy back when you get hit by enemies, I feel like that could lead to some potential skips here and there where you deliberately take damage to reload a grapple or a wall climb in a place that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. In fact, that leads me to think that if we use that badge, we might even be able to get through this spot that was here, because the issue was that we were taking damage and we're out of energy and couldn't grapple over a particular obstacle. So that might actually be worth trying, but we'll try this lower level idea here first and just explore a bit more down here again. Okay, so it was down to the left. We'll climb through some wind. Yeah, so this area here, yeah, this is the thing that we could not get through. This central shaft. However, oh, you're right, because we got pushed up here. Previously, we went down at an even lower level, but the problem is that if you miss, you get pushed all the way up. And the long loop to go back to where you want to aim. Unless, of course, we were just missing some shortcut. Let's see this glomp of ice over here that looks like it might be potentially breakable from a left side room if we can. Like, you go through here. Note that was just a bonus pickup up here. Yeah, so no, we do need to wrap around the left side then and try to attempt to climb to the lower level from a riskier position. So yeah, the thing I'm talking about is that we need to go around the left side of the loop to get low enough to make a decent attempt at climbing through the wind, but even so, if you miss, then you just get sent all the way up, and so it's a very large failure if you don't manage to cover that distance, and thus far we have not been able to, so difficult to retry. It makes me think that maybe that's not where to go just yet, but we don't want to make any assumptions. considering that I have not seen where to progress from here. We might as well go up and try to reload some health, actually. This might be a bad idea, given that taking some damage. And taking a lot of damage, actually. Let's get over here and refill a bit. Whoop! Without getting hit. That was very close. Okay. So let's drop back down below. We're here anyway. Let's just crystallize something while we're at it. It's not much, but it'll add up with time. It's still trying to shoot me. Okay, so from here, left and then all the way down. Now, let me just check once again which key we were missing, in fact. I know it's a key that I don't have yet. Here in the right of this chamber. You decided to keep the candles alight for them. Now, we collected a few candles. I don't know if that's relevant to Lura's seal. That's what it was. Well, I've collected some candles, but it doesn't look like I can cache them for anything. They're in the key section, so we know the candles are relevant to some kind of lock, but here we'll drop down. Also, there's something on this side that we checked it. I don't think we had, actually. This looks like a new room. This might be new, actually. We're off the map right now, so we do need to get around the goop a little bit. And there's a core. Now, I am below a door, though, that we might want to try to reach if... Let's see how to go up slightly, like right here. Oh, can't get through here, but yeah, we can see that there's a room above, and we should look for a way to approach it from either this shaft or the other one to the left there. Maybe something worth checking here, so. Yeah, let's jump. Yeah, no, we'll have to go up on a lift, I think, and then check it. And we should, in fact, check it now before descending too far, because otherwise we get pushed all the way up to the right side of the loop. And that would be a sizable setback. So, yeah, there's an open door over here. I think we kind of been through there previously. Then how do we get through to the outside? Actually, we would need to lower the lift and wrap around. Or, no, we don't. We just need to go down one level and go left. Now, I think this should take me through here and here. We've been through here. Often enough, but then we need to figure out whether in the descent after this point there's a way to drop left. Or no, drop right. Okay, yeah, through here. pushes you through, but then... Oh, that sends you around everywhere. Yeah, no wonder we couldn't really climb through much of this. Kept getting pushed around. But perhaps if you come through here... Yeah, if I can do a cling that will get us through on the right center. Whoa, that's sending me way too far. Okay. Oh, no. Too close. Okay, we'll climb through if we can. Actually, did manage to find a ledge up there. But we're just a little short of the energy we need to... Oh, we can actually just hit enough ground to make it up here and recharge. Then we go up here and try to crack that open. Okay, great. That's significant. That opens up the top level that we saw and scouted out here earlier. That leads to something. I can't quite reach it. So let's see. There is something to hit up here. This node. But I don't see anything to grapple towards to catch it. While we open this door, it might be possible to go up. And yeah, go up through here perhaps. To get pushed around a lot around here. I mean, we'll map that out at some point. It does seem like maybe we may be short of a movement ability to do that, unless there's a way to drop from above into that room that we still haven't found. But opening that door, though, seems like it's the correct way to progress. It's just that we can't reach anything past that point, and can't quite discover what is lying there just yet. Now, on the other hand, yeah, because you would need enough jumping distance to do the wall cling above the thorns in that location. Oh, missing my dodges. Okay, we'll head back down and see if we can find another way. Back to foundations. Oh, here's something that we weren't able to do. Or, well, actually, no, I think we had gotten that previously. It's just more cash. Okay, let's not get blown into anything here. There is a little bit of background on fencing to climb through if we need. Nope. It being a little bit sloppy here. Nope, being really sloppy here. Okay. Do I have a health refresh somewhere here? Ideally soon. I'm a little far off from anything, actually. We should just keep going. Right, fencing to climb through. That's new. Okay, let's not miss the dodge. Rather vital here. Okay. Yeah, playing a little bit risky here, but let's keep going and see if we can make it through some of this stuff. Now, if you go up the lift, that... Okay, no, we'll just drop down. Okay, so there is a lower level here that I don't think we really dealt with. No, that's just where the wind blows you. Okay, so we definitely had to deal with that. Let's go over. Ah, right, because this is the bit where you have to time yourself, otherwise you do take damage on the way down, and right now we actually cannot really afford damage now, can we? So, like I said. Chess Bunzo, do I beat the two swipey guys? No, I didn't. I got very close, but it's clear to me that we need just a little bit more power to get through the third phase of it at the end where the floor just completely drops out from under you, and I couldn't stay alive there long enough to finish the fight. And we didn't get back to that phase in the fight very often either. It took quite an effort to even reach that point, so that's something to go back to when I am able to have a little bit more damage output on the character, because it was pretty clear that it was going into an optional fight underpowered. But we decided to scout it out that hard anyway, and well, that's what happened. So yeah, I made 0 progress in the previous stream, basically, but it was a lot of learning, and sometimes that's valuable in its own right. Okay, back down the shaft here, and then we'll go to the left side. Now from here, yeah, down to the lower level, and then we'll try to survive everything in that drop. And yeah, we got very close, about 20% health remaining on the bosses, I think. But that's right past the point when you have that last phase transition, and I really did not have a way to deal with that yet without a lot more practice just getting back up to that point. So, okay, this is where we took to death earlier. Let's just be careful with the timing. Nope, that was not careful with the timing. There we go. Need to do a little swipe there too. Clean that up. Now, we previously did a ceiling cling over there. But actually, there's this door to the right, which I don't know that we really poked around here very much. I don't see anything here, though, so I don't even know what this is all about. Oh, we collected something here a long time ago, and I don't remember what. Okay, we'll cling on to this and go across in a moment. From this point, we'll see if we can make it through the wind going down. If we don't, then it's a long way back here, so I don't even know if it's possible currently, but we'll have to see. Okay, so this is the obstacle that we couldn't get through. Now, it's a long climb, and basically I have to make it through the whole way without running out of energy and without getting blown back up, because if we get blown back up, we have to cycle all the way around to try again. Now, I was very close to ducking under the last time I tried it, but you have to be very precise, and yeah, look at that, it doesn't work. However, and you see, the thing is, you can't really get out of here, too. It just pushes you all the way back up, and then you lose all that progress. I don't think there's a clean way to get back down there with our current energy pool, so it might not be doable. It looks like it was so close to being doable, but I have not had a successful attempt there. Okay, in that case, we need to think about another possibility. So, we checked all of these open spots. What have we not checked? We can go back to the idea of trying to get the energy refresh on that 5-point modifier we have here. Energy recharges when taking damage, because that might actually be enough to get us through the frosty room. That seems awfully specific as an interaction, though, that I don't think it's really the kind of main solution or main way to progress. But it might be worth trying, because who knows where that leads. So I say we head back up to the save point, and yeah, we should actually experiment with that just a little bit. Right now I don't actually know where to go, but back to the boss where we got stuck. Because I don't remember what it was we hadn't checked yet with the wall climb. We had checked all of these red doors. We had checked trying to go up here in any fashion. That didn't go anywhere. Well, let's see what we can do. Whoops. Yeah, we'll put on the energy refresh. And it's 5 points. So we'll take away the recovery. We'll put this on. And in terms of the map, I think it's easier to just travel from here directly. And who knows, we might even see some other spot that we missed. Speaking of spots we missed, oh, I didn't really mean to fall down here. Let's try to climb back up. Actually, was there a reason we wanted to fall down to that shaft? No, that's just a big return path from down below. There was some room somewhere in this section where there was a right side column that we couldn't reach before, and I don't remember which room that was. This is what happens when you underuse the mapping system and don't bother to tag anything. Is this something here? No, just a ledge. That's okay. It's a climbable ledge, that's the important thing. And at this point, actually we wanted to go down, not up here, but we might as well check some spots. I'd harvested this core already. Yeah, let's go down. Find that I have to pop open that map quite a bit sometimes. Okay, so back here we go. And then one the passage down below. We've been back here a few times. Now the thing is, when you get hit with damage, do you get a full refresh on the energy? I don't know yet, but the idea is that we want to get hits, so it gives me the ability to have an extra grapple with the hairpin ability. Have we checked that pipe over here? Is that anything? Let's take a look here, just be diligent. Yeah, we collected something from here ages ago. I spent a third of my total time in this game with that boss that we were seeing last time, and so the main progression feels like a distant memory in some ways. Now, did we overshoot? We overshot by a room. Let's go back. Right, it's through this slot on the left side. Okay, so this is where you have to make your way through the frost. You do a bit of a wall climb. The issue is that you run out of energy when you get to the other side, but if I get hit, I might be able to grapple over to the enemy there. The idea is I want to get hit and reload energy, and then looks like I would need to be fairly precise about that. Yeah, so I do get energy, but I got knocked back. Now, maybe we needed to put the recovery time thing back on in order for this to work, and just take 5 points away from something else, because I did get stunned a bit when having the energy refund. It does give you the full bar back, though, which is important, because it means this is, well, potentially doable. Although we might want to reload that health first. And live a little bit dangerously on the way back up. Whoops. Yeah, so we'll go around this side if we can. Oops, almost missed. Wait a minute, is there something here? No, there isn't. It isn't. Now we're living dangerously. Okay, well, it'll just take itself out. That's fine. Just trying to make it back to where we could get health. How come I missed? Right. Been there so many times before. How come we didn't see it here? There we are. Again, we might need to build for damage recovery. It's not through here, it's left side through the window. Not here. A little bit of a navigational sense might be helpful sometimes in this genre. Okay, here we are. Now we definitely get the energy refresh when I get hit. The issue was that I was getting hit too close. So we do want to do the ceiling climb. Preserve some energy, get in as close as we can. And I wanted to get hit in that exact spot and hopefully not have too much of a knockback, because then... Yeah, because if I slash a little bit, then I can stall in the air and try to deliberately get hit. And then it just keeps on missing. Okay. After this try, we better go back up to replenish health. Yeah, okay, no, I got knocked back too far. I need to get the recovery time back, I think, and then... You do get energy back. I do get the grapple back, but I got knocked back so far that we couldn't actually reach. So that might not even work. I mean, let's get the health replenishment first and try to survive long enough to do it. And we'll see if this is actually possible. I will need to change my loadout, I think, for the knockback protection, unless... that is a pretty long way to go. I guess, yeah, if we head back to the original save point, that might be actually the closest, and we can explore a bit on the way there. Maybe. We haven't really been back to some of these middle rooms for some time, so... Did we ever actually go up there and loot that? I think we had already. Even before we had the wall cling, yeah, because it grappled up here to get here early. However, oh, you have a little climb that you can do up here. This is new. It looks like there's an open slot on the right, too, which, oh, no, it isn't. Now, yeah, you see it does reload the energy instantly, but we have a big stun to deal with up until that point. And we do need to alleviate that first, before we can try the kind of movement that I had in mind down in that bottom left room. Anything to see up here, incidentally? This is not new. We've been here many times. But I thought I'd check. Yeah, we've been here often enough. I want to, once again, put a bit of stun protection back on. Long road back to try this, but we'll do it. It almost certainly is not the main or intended progression path, but I'm curious. Okay, quicker recovery after getting hit. So we'll do that, and hopefully we don't get knocked back so far when we want to try to continue the movement that I had in mind. Then the question is what we take off instead. We may as well take off enemy health for a moment, unless we just want to free up 5 points total. Yeah, we'll just free up 5 points total. That's fine. Don't need to be exact about it, we just want to try to reach that location. Also, we hadn't really checked here to see if anything had changed in this room. Not really. We'd been here long, long ago, but no change yet. Level 1 and then back down. But yeah, as yet we haven't found the next critical location on the map. But we'll exhaust the possibilities we can. And let's just make it through some of this. Get rid of the enemies in case we need to come back here for health. Also, we haven't crystallized anything for quite some time. It might be worth doing before we take too much damage, but it's alright, we're more constrained by the cores at the moment anyhow, so. We better get rid of this. I kind of wonder if we were allowed to hit the frost. Not really. It's not particularly solid. So, you know what? We might even just be able to slash our way over, like slash and then double jump and then... Well, previously the thing that prevented me from slashing my way over was the fact that we were taking damage. Now, it is still doing a little too much of a knockback, though, for me to really get over safely. And then, oh, no, got consumed there. Yeah, because if we didn't just get knocked down there, the idea would be that we grapple over to the left to what is firing the projectile, and then we would be able to make it over. But it's not working so far. We'll try it a few more times, but if this doesn't come together, we'll have to, by necessity, think of something else. It's clearly a little bit of a trick. I'm gonna try this anyway. But definitely the energy reload from damage, I think, has a lot of potential for movement in certain spots, and we should definitely be aware of some of the complications like the knockback to see how best to use it. Nope, too close. Standing a little too far. You know what? You could just jump this. We didn't even need the knockback thing. Okay, finally, progress. Yeah, we just need to slap and go around. We didn't even need the extra energy for the grapple, but that's okay. We'll keep it and see if we can do something. But yeah, at last we are making progress. And this seems like it was definitely the way to go, as we suspected to begin with, but let's get over here. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is the column that we had seen some time ago. Oh, hang on. That's the left side column that had some potential here. Imperfect focus. So, yeah, we have a narrower dodge window, but only 5 points. I don't think we'll take that. I mean, it's nice to have extra points to deal with, but I feel like that's going to be much too risky. through here, busty ice, and then we'll have a pathway back. Okay, so that was the right side column that I talked about recently as something that I remembered as being down here. Nevertheless, we still have more room to descend and map out even more. Okay. Oh, this just lets you continue to climb with the energy that we have. Left side is a dead end. We just need to climb up above. Reload. Climb up above. Oh, no, that didn't work. Maybe we need to use the dodge, actually. This looks interesting. Dwellings down here. Oh, I guess maybe it takes a shortcut back through the pipe here. Oh, this is very new material, actually. Oh, dropped in. Let's see what's on the right side here first. Yeah, we've been to the outside here before, I'm pretty sure. Or, actually, no, maybe not. This is pretty deep in. We'll see. Couldn't quite tell from the golden trail on the map just how far we are, but no, we're pretty low on health at this point. We do have to be careful with any of these obstacles unless we have a big reset. Ooh, close one. Okay, on the ledge. And wrap around back here. Let's be very cautious. We can find a health refresh rather somewhere close by. We should take it. Let me just scout both sides and see if that's available somewhere. Breaking open a shortcut, I think, will certainly help. Now, where does this go? This returns here to... Ah, okay, the boss room from long ago. That's good, because that gives us a natural place to recharge close by. We have anywhere to crystallize? Not close, so we'll just go back down and see what we can do. Having broken this open. What's this guy doing here? Whoop. Okay, that doesn't seem to do anything for me, so I guess he was just standing guard. Nothing here in the ransacked cabinets for us to loot to our heart's content. That the progression path will be down, and then we'll take it. Oh, okay, there was a health refresh over here anyway, so that's fine. We're stashing a lot that has not been crystallized yet. We're sitting over 500. So this looks like it might actually be a boss room, which means that it totally looks like it's going to be a big fight anyway. We should actually consider preserving currency first, actually, and then coming back down, because that's a pretty big chunk we're standing to lose at some point. It might be a bit of a gauntlet fight, but I think that's very clearly set up to be a conflict zone. And I'm sure we'll make it through just fine, but just to mitigate some risk, we'll do things a long way. And since I don't necessarily need that energy refresh from the hairpin as I had thought. The energy refresh from taking damage, rather, as I had thought. Then we might just trade that one back out. Again, would have been interesting for some kind of skipping, but let's redo our setup a little bit first and stash some cash. It's not too hard to get a lot of Nacre back quickly, but we have had situations where we lost hundreds at a time for sure. And given that now we've seen the pricing on a lot of the remaining items to purchase, I do think we should save up a little bit more cautiously. Yeah, still looking for one more shop expansion. That progressed faster than I expected, actually. Right, crystallizing. Well, we'll reach that point to the right first. That was the purpose of coming here, lest we forget. There was probably a closer place to do this, but that's okay. We know this is easy to get to, so... Yeah, I mean, percentage-wise, it's a pretty big part of our treasury there, so... And I'm sure whatever fight we're getting into will go well, it's just that we can afford to be cautious. With all those grapple points there in that room, I actually think it might be fun to play around with a decoy and just experiment with it for one big encounter. Just to see how it works out. Decoy doesn't stay up and running for very long, but a little bit of diversion might not hurt. Okay, so let's take this one off. And we'll take away one of the 20s and we'll put on the after image. And steal some cake from the kitchens, as the description implies. So yeah, we see the map filled in over here, so we know exactly where to go. That room looks like an endpoint of some sort until we crack it right open, so let's go down there and see what we can do. Well, maybe not take too much damage along the way, but we do know there's a health refresh down there before the potentially big encounter, so... I totally overshot. We want to drop down to the right side because that's where we opened the shortcut. Difficult to keep track sometimes. And yeah, that was the dead end. Up the fence. Oops. Right side, yep. and to the left. Okay. Okay, let's see what we're going to fight. Okay, oh, it's a container fight. Okay, so it's actually just a dead end for some treasure, potentially. But maybe it gives you a vital key. This is entirely possible. Yeah, because if it gives you something like a key, then that would potentially explain quite a bit. Whoop. Taking a little too many hits here. Not very clean. Who's next? Ooh, big one. Okay, have to watch out. Those explode like crazy. Alright. Just need to watch the dodge time for that. We just haven't fought one of these before, so this was kind of new. That's okay. We were way too sloppy on the minor enemies up front. Naked droplets lost to the pond, 200. Is there a faster way to go there? Let's see. I think that's kind of equidistant from the other node up there, so we'll continue this way. We just won't get quite so lost this time, perhaps. And we'll keep the thing that we've plugged in for the time being, the decoy. And Gaming Sage, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you were having a good time over there with Sticker Star. Don't know if you're planning to follow it up with Color Splash if you haven't played that already. But if you're enjoying Sticker Star well enough, Color Splash is very much a refinement of all its ideas. I had a lot of issues with Sticker Star, and I'm not one of those people who, you know, loathes it or anything, but I definitely thought it had a couple of quirks to get around, although I did appreciate much of it on its own terms. I didn't actually finish it because it was, I think, the design of some of the item requirements for the bosses that just got on my nerves by the end. By the very, very end. I was like right before the final boss. But I did find that Color Splash improved on a lot of those concepts. You have your own plans for it, but it's not something you're going to jump into right now yet. Yeah, I never had issues with things like timing as far as I recall. The main thing for me with... Where are we going? Wrong way. The main thing for me was just that, you know, I found that I had so many situations where the boss was basically an item check where it's like, do you have the key item sticker? No, you don't. I guess you can't do this fight and you just have to go back. Unless you want to just spend all day chipping away a point at a time or something. But yeah, the trick I found, and it's kind of like this with weapon durability and Breath of the Wild, which I kind of had mental preparation for because of Color Splash. That's the way I like to explain it, because I realized in the course of playing Color Splash that, and this applies to Sticker Star as well, that the game fills up your inventory so quickly because it wants you to dump your good stuff. Like, it doesn't want you to be an item hoarder and a total RPG pack rat who doesn't like to use consumables. Like, you're supposed to just use the strong things and cycle through them, and it's a lot more fun when you do because you can get one-turn kills and everything, right? And when I realized that about Color Splash, I sort of understood how it was balanced, and then again, that was something I played as one of my last Wii U games a few months before Breath of the Wild, and so when I got into Breath of the Wild, I had no issues whatsoever with getting the most out of the breakable weapon system because I already kind of had a bit of mental preparation for it. And anyway, that's how I like to tell that story. You recently got Bug Fables at Tech Wolves. Yeah, I've had Bug Fables sitting in my backlog for some time, actually. I got it on a sale a little while ago, and I just never got around to it. I think I got it shortly before the Thousand Year Door remake, and the Thousand Year Door remake just ended up taking priority. I don't know if I'll stream Bug Fables necessarily, because I find that I have to be pretty selective about streaming RPGs specifically, just due to length sometimes. But okay, we need to watch out for the exploding crystals on this phase. Now, he doesn't have a lot of health, but I am also taking too much damage, and we're 1 point away from death at the moment. Okay. So yeah, dodge timing gets you through that. Okay, and you can swipe against projectiles, you just need to be very careful. Wow, he kind of does a little triple shot there. Oh, nope. Shot in the face. That was a very quick little spin there for that radial attack. We just need to be much less sloppy in the early phases, obviously. And yeah, Tech Wolves said, honestly, the breakable weapon system is way better than the card and sticker system. It is, but I'm just saying that, you know, in either case, if you have a tendency to be a pack rat about consumable items, there's a point at which you realize that that's the thing you have to change if you want to be having fun. And I think, mentally speaking, there's a sort of similar change in mindset that it requires. Tech Wolves, you said, after World 2, you regret suggesting to Sage to do the series in order instead of jumping right into Origami King? Yeah. I did stream Origami King back when it launched, actually. That was when my channel was fairly new. And I had a lot of fun with the Origami King battle system. I think it's one of those games where your mileage will vary quite a great deal depending on whether the battle system clicks with you, and I really enjoyed mastering it. But, you know, sometimes you have some players who just don't want to learn stuff, right? And you definitely hear stories about people who wiped out of Origami King because of that they just didn't want to figure out the new approach that was required for the radial combat setup that it had. So yeah, I don't know how recently, if at all, you did Super Paper Mario. I actually didn't know you were doing a series playthrough. So I don't know if you fit in Super Paper Mario at some point, or if you just originally had played it anyway, but... Super Paper Mario you did years back, yeah. Okay, he's played everything before, alright. Yeah, Super Paper Mario I played when it came out on the Wii, and I haven't actually gone back to it since. I spent a lot of time on it. I think I collected absolutely everything in that game. Okay, let's be careful here. I actually think the slashing damage from the hairpin attack might be a better setup for this fight. We're not using the decoy very much, but the decoy doesn't affect the last enemy very much because some of its attacks are just not targeted at all, right? Like, we got that radial movement sometimes, exploding crystals. Okay, we actually didn't get hit by that this time. Dodged it accurately. Let's get out of here. Oh, bad dodge timing. Too early. But yeah, we just chase it. We should be okay. You can slap your way through the projectiles. And then that is the container. Now, are we getting a key or are we getting something much less substantial? Let's find out. How are the streams of MIO going so far today? This is a fun game. I made 0 progress on my previous stream because I decided to try a boss that I think was pretty clearly an optional boss. And I was very underprepared for it, and it hit very hard in that you could only survive 2 hits against it, essentially, and it's a pretty long fight. So we spent hours wiping against it, and I got very close, but the thing is, there was this transition to a final phase that I just didn't have a method worked out for yet. So I think we had to go back when I've got a bit more character power to work with. Now, all that work in this zone got me 1 piece of heart, or in this game, piece of coat. And so that is not the main progression path, as we just discovered. And so I'll need to figure out where to go. Now, I thought I did not have the power to get through the swamp. Maybe we need to try that again. Maybe we need to figure out a way to proceed, because I have actually not found the next major place to go yet in this game. And yeah, Tech Wolves, you want to play the paper bug game? Yeah, do have fun with it. I'm looking forward to getting to it myself at some point, but my RPGs get backlogged more than any other genre. And yeah, the gaming stage, I always fall victim to the sunk cost fallacy, but, you know, learning and preparation are good, and it is always satisfying when you do something in games like this well ahead of when you're optimally going to approach them. And it's always nice when they let you try, right? That was why we had such a fantastic time with Silksong on this stream, because Silksong is just full of moments like that that just let you try to push ahead if you think you have the skill and the patience. And I like having that option available. Now, 069 said Bug Fables did get an update last year. That's interesting. I mean, I vaguely remember that now, and I vaguely remember thinking at the time, oh, okay, good that I just completely put this off then. Because I already got it on a very steep sale over a year ago, I think, and actually, maybe even longer than that. I remember thinking that I don't think I had bought it at the time, but I was definitely kind of shunting that back already nearly 2 years ago when there was the Thousand Year Door remake. But I don't think it was actually in my library yet when that happened. Okay, so let's figure out where to go so we don't wind up just reverting to crashing against the boss some more for lack of better options for progressing. Now, I tried at the end of the previous stream to get through the swamp, and I couldn't. But it could be that there are other spots on the map that we haven't properly explored yet. So, for example, oops, up here we see a door that was, I think, locked from the right side. Maybe there's a way to go over to the right side of that if we explore this top corner a little bit more. And that's up in the aviaries, I think. And I think maybe there was a little more to see there that we haven't gone back to since acquiring the wall climb. The entire top corner there, top right, we should check it. Again, I don't think we have the ability to cross the swamp yet, but as with this spot over here across the frost, maybe we didn't try hard enough. And we'll just have to find out. I do want to check the floor in this room to the right again that looks like it has a way to go further down. I think we hit a dead end there, though. In fact, let's go back to check it now. I think that was a dead end, though. It's just pure floor right now. It's down and to the right. Samfiz, welcome. Samfiz, in case you're wondering, no, we did not beat Sol and Vin. We have to go back another day. But I did not try it today. We have not gone back since dropping it in the previous session. But yeah, you were going to ask, but you saw that part of the map incomplete. Yeah, I did reach the final phase, which I think triggers at about a quarter health on the boss, and we got a few hits in to get the boss down to maybe about 20% or so, but I just could not stay alive long enough at that point to get through it, and it took me so long just to get back to that phase that I think we need more damage output specifically, and more points available to plug in a little more for aerial combat. Because basically my damage output is just way too small, and you know, we have had a kind of global damage upgrade already, and I'm sure there will be more. Where was it? Yeah, Forebear's Legacy, we've kind of have one stack on it right now. I kind of feel like we need more stacks of that, because having very, very low damage output on that fight is part of why we're running into so much trouble of having to dodge and dodge and dodge. Because we're going to get hit hard there regardless, we just need to be hit less. So yeah, you think it'll be a breeze if I power up? I think so too, because we spent so long just getting the whole dodging pattern down, and you know, I was approaching that again pretty much at the very earliest point possible in the game, as far as I can tell. And okay, so we don't know how to go lower yet. There is something below. We don't know how to get there. Let's see. It's not going to be from this room. It looks like it'll be from the right. Which actually makes me think we should go back to check the area where we started, because we never went back down there with wall climb either. I've actually not been back to the starting area at all. And we have a lot of movement skills now that we did not have at our disposal before, so see what we can do. Oh, can't go through here. Okay. Then, yeah, we'll check the lower location first to see if we can find a connecting path down to the lowest level. And we definitely have a few other locks still unaccounted for, so. Does the decoy mod work for bosses? I have not encountered a major boss since I used it. I definitely don't think it would work at all for Sol and Vin, because they don't even target you with their moves necessarily, right? I guess it depends on the attack pattern. But a lot of enemy attacks aren't necessarily aimed attacks to begin with. Okay, so we're back down here. Right, because doesn't the wall climb allow me to just go back through here? Yes, it does. And so we should check the initial area. Let's just tap this point first. Yeah, I was just trying it out for a bit because we had a fight in a room that was full of grapple locations. I might actually trade it back off, because we've been experimenting with a couple of different things today, including the energy recharge and some other things. The energy recharge on hit, which I thought might lead to some interesting movement skips. But of course, you still take a pretty sizable knockback and stun when you do take damage, and so that might mitigate how much you can realistically chain your movement further than you're supposed to. But that was definitely consideration, is that, you know, if you can get a full bar of energy back from taking damage, doesn't that give you skips that you couldn't do before? I think the answer is yes, but we haven't found a way to squeeze that out just yet, so let's stay with the decoy for now and just give it a bit more airtime and learn more about how it works. And yeah, the gaming stage, thank you once again for bringing your raid over, and do enjoy the rest of Paper Mario. The rest of the series on the whole, in fact. Okay, now let's go to the right. Yeah, so you're allowed to come back where you start. I still feel like we need to power bomb this tube at some point because old habits die hard. Let's see if there's a lower level that we can revert to at some point. And fumble our way around with wall climb as well to see if there's any interesting node to hit. I don't really see any openings down here, but, you know, it might not always be clear from the map what is or isn't permissible just yet, so might be worth checking. Since we know that something has to connect to this room in the bottom middle at some point. So, no, it looks like there's nothing. I mean, this just gets you back to the intro. Okay, so yeah, that's we started. Or oh, this is new. And Samska's over here, and then taking a little break. Oh, it's just you. What a relief. I don't need to hide. You're the first one to find my den. Even Tomo isn't aware of this place. It's a necessary precaution. I don't feel safe when too many units know my whereabouts. Samfiz, speaking of Paper Mario, did I see that recent game Escape from Ever After? No, I think I've heard the title. I had no idea that it was something kind of Paper Mario adjacent. I should look into that afterwards. I did not know that. You're good, though. I know you're not one to share my secrets. Tomo wouldn't either. Regret not having given them the same trust as I do you now. Feel free to stay as long as you want. There's not much to do, but we can always chat. Okay, so we found this, but we don't actually get anything out of it, do we? Well, let's talk some more. By the way, did you notice anything strange in the network lately? Whenever I install an upgrade on you, I can swear there's someone trying to communicate with you. The thing is, I can't trace it at all. It's not another unit. It's not even a voice. The only alternative would be, well, an impossibility. Or so we were all led to believe. So yeah, Samfiz, you said it's apparently very Thousand Year Door inspired and it rivals Bug Fables in quality. We will definitely jot down that title. Oh, let's see if there are any other lines of dialogue here. Let's just do one more check. Nothing else to say. Okay. I've heard more than one person also tell me that apparently Clair Obscure Expedition 33 is also kind of Paper Mario adjacent. I don't know how accurate that is and how much it's just because it has apparently turn-based combat with button presses, but timed button presses. But that's one comparison that I've certainly seen raised. something up there. Let's check. Okay, so there is a little node up here that seems barely out of range. No, that's just an Nexus. Yeah, you think the comparisons come from action commands mostly? Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, I always thought too that in some ways the biggest legacy that has been left by the first two Paper Marios is on Hollow Knight's charm system, because I remember, you know, the first time I played Hollow Knight, I just kind of thought immediately, wow, finally somebody is capitalizing on how good the Paper Mario customization system is, and it's just unbelievable that so few games have taken that on. And of course, Hollow Knight, I think, did quite a bit to popularize that again in terms of how to do a point budget. Yeah, this game is a little bit more granular in terms of the number of points you can allocate. And so, in its own way, it's kind of closer to Paper Mario badges, except, yeah, I mean, I guess if you think about the energy in multiples of 5, you know, then if you divided everything by 5, the proportionality would be clear. But yeah, it seemed like, you know, the kind of badge points approach to customization just was gone for the longest time, and then when Hollow Knight brought it back, then now you do see it all over the place. That's something very noticeable going from Ori 1 to 2, by the way. Because I know that's something I've been talking about since 06i recently finished the first game. Whoops, I'm taking too many hits here. But we are pretty close to a place to refresh, so let's just not die here, maybe, and then we'll see what we can do. Okay. Not dying here means also not taking damage on this stuff. Whoa, that was too close. We're going to lose like 500 on this. I just want to make it across to refresh health. Surely it can't be that hard. I feel like that's a little risky. I think I'm going to take the other way around. And we'll probably inadvertently take damage anyway and lose hundreds. That's okay. It was a very sloppy play on my part. Yeah, let's move on down. Okay, and then we'll just head back up when we can. You're saying you do like the mods in this game, though you feel it doesn't have quite the same depth in terms of builds and synergies? Well, I mean, I haven't collected enough to really see that yet, but I do like that it allows for taking negative traits to open up points for other traits. That's kind of an interesting idea that we haven't fully taken advantage of ourselves just yet, but that's a long road up that we're not prepared to take. Oh, because you need to bounce and everything. That's right. I'm gonna go down to crystallize. That's actually the best idea. That's the most accessible thing at the moment. Let's not hit the swampy fluid just yet. Where was the crystallization point? It's just down here. Oh, let's be careful. And it's just down below. Alright, let's survive literally one jump here. Okay, there we are. Yeah, because definitely one thing I was thinking, for instance, was on the Soul and Vin fight, because we can only take 2 hits anyway, and no matter what we do, the first hit's slapping through the entire white diamond coating. If I had the modifier to sacrifice a point of health for 15 additional budget, that's actually a good idea for that fight. Now, we didn't have a plan for that at the time in terms of what I'd reallocate that to instead. But that's the kind of situation where you think, okay, you know, we actually get no benefit from high health on this fight, so we'll just go low instead. Okay, I don't remember why that door was locked. It might have just been locked on the other side. But maybe we should platform up there and check it. Yeah. And now that we've crystallized everything, we can... Oh, dude, that's what reckless abandon. Whoops. But yeah, I also have been swapping out the mods a lot, and I think that speaks well for the system that, you know, you have just low enough budget, at least at this point in the game, that sometimes you think, okay, in this fight, certain things just will not be useful. Some aspects of the build are better for exploration, some are better for the bosses, and so on. Let's go back to the aviary level. Or at the bell tower level, for that matter. Okay, so previously we were climbing here. We haven't done much with a wall climb up here yet, I think, but we only have so much energy to work with. Right, okay, this was where we were. We could have just poured it up there in the first place. Now, what have you found in the gloom water? I don't recommend it. So I think this one was just locked from the other side, right? Let me just check it. Requires bell tower visitor pass, and we don't have that. How do we get a visitor pass? It's not even one to unlock from the other side. So let's keep on exploring. I feel like the top right there might not have been fully looked at yet. So, whoops. So bell tower pass is sort of another key that we now know that we're missing. Yeah, we haven't learned very much about the map yet today in terms of new territory, but we'll see. I mean, you know, if we're out of ideas, we can always go back to Soul and Vin for a couple hours. Now, I was assuming, too, that I couldn't get through the swamp area, but we'll have to check a few things. Also, yeah, there's an opening up here that... Oh, no, that's just ceiling, I think. And it is a rather lovely soundtrack in this zone. So we've been here. We couldn't get through the roots, but then we hadn't climbed up through here yet. So this is actually something new, I think. Except you can't go through this. But it does show you there's something in the upper layer that may need to be dealt with at some point. Right, because it looks like... no, this is just wall. It's not going to break through to thorns on the other side. Oh, oops, missed. Now, we had been up there up to a point. I don't know why we stopped, whether it was something we couldn't get past, or... Oh, almost got hit by that. Oh, we actually hadn't picked this up. Maybe because we had not gotten the wall climb. Large increase to energy recovered when attacking an enemy. Yeah, well, I mean, previously the energy recovered was pretty infinitesimal. As you can see, there is a passage over here, top layer somehow. We don't know how to crack way to that just yet, but I do want to blow with the energy leecher. That sounds, first of all, like it could solve a lot of those aerial combat problems that we were talking about, if you can actually sustain a chain of grapples. It looks like the area up top might just be where you get to with the bell tower key. So again, we don't have that. At this point, I don't know where we can go that I haven't checked already. Like this, we checked every aspect of the vertical ascent earlier in this session. There's this in the top middle room here where we had the eye. Still supposedly an opening in the top left, but I think that's just slightly out of range of what we checked. I mean, maybe we are supposed to cross the swamp at this point. I just haven't figured out how yet. So we don't really even know what this room is about, unless I just collected something here much earlier. Clearly there's something up top here. I just... Oh, you know what? It does kind of look like this is supposed to be an opening though, right? It's not. No, it's completely enclosed. Very suspicious. Very, very suspicious. Okay, but let's fall back in. Yeah, this fight we did quite a while ago. And we had checked everything up here after we had done that. Well, let's see. Yeah, maybe we should make another effort at the swamp, just for lack of other options. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that comes to mind. Any conspicuous place that we haven't looked at properly. Particularly with the wall climb now available. And so that was the last big piece of progression that we got still. More candles. We still don't know where candles go in terms of locks. Oh, oops. That was totally flubbed. Yeah, okay, so we'll go back down to the lower level, I think, and... Oh, oops, didn't slap that accurately either. Well, that's okay if we Take it out, we take it out. It does make me wonder if we go up here. Surprisingly, doesn't get us anywhere new. We're currently in the middle level in terms of the lift. Maybe there's somewhere to try on the right. We're actually pretty close to the save point. We might as well take it. Because then I can put on that new energy modifier on attack that we just picked up, which I suspect will be impactful. Again, we need a much bigger point budget before some things can really start to synergize properly. For example, you take this off, and you put on Energy Leecher. Energy Leecher, I think, is a very natural match for a sharpened hairpin, but we need to drop quite a few points to make room for a hairpin. We need to drop 30. So maybe everything for cash. I think for now, maybe when we get more budget, that is an idea. Yeah, because if you can start building towards sustaining some actual aerial combat, that will be a rather big change. Also, what was this locked behind? Is it just locked from the other side? It is, and how come we couldn't find a way there? We've wrapped all around at this point. I feel like that's still worth another check here just in case. That's too suspicious. Because we've wrapped all around it, there's not much more that could conceivably... Oh, you see, there's a little crack over here. That's new. Ah, there's a new thing. Lura's Nook. Okay, Lura's Nook might actually get you the key that we needed off of Lura. That gets you over here, right? So, let's see. I am totally reading the music, incidentally. Don't think it matches anything that we've heard on the soundtrack so far, but I'm going to keep an ear out for it. And look at this little loopy path over here. Then it really looks like there should be a way up, maybe. Okay, maybe we're not getting anything here, but then what about up here? There we go. And that just opens back up. Well, that didn't do anything. Except give you a crystallizer that's close by. Yes. You're curious what the music reads? Yeah. Just goes da 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 dum dum. And yeah, same thing lower down. I'm just trying to see if that matches anything that we would recognize. Not yet. But we'll keep it in mind. Okay, let's see what we can do here. So Lura's room rather did not give me a relevant key. That's too bad. But at least we cracked it open. We'll map it. We'll probably get a lot of use out of an easily accessible crystallizer in the future. And we'll just head back upstairs for now. Maybe there's more to see somewhere here. Okay, so still no new insight to the map though. Interestingly enough, it didn't mark the crystallizer, but maybe that's because we haven't used it yet. We actually need to spend something there to mark it out. So we'll just have to remember that. Anyway, let's continue and see if there's anything else to discover. Oh, did I remember to... yes, I already changed out our loadout. So, yeah, this down here goes back to the fight that was much earlier. Let's go over to that tall right side room, perhaps. What do you... May just be able to cross the swamp after all. Maybe I just didn't execute it correctly. Also, let's figure out... Look at that. You get tons of energy off of slapping that right away. You can really change some aerial combat. So yeah, we're missing a couple of keys. We're missing Lura's key, the bell tower key. So something to the left that we see dotted up here. What could that be? Let's see. There's a little crack here that we haven't gone up yet. Let's check that. Nope, that's not a crack. It looks like a crack. That would get you over. However, up here, maybe that'll get us through. Oh yes, no, it's just this. We've been here. And so what we were seeing was just the junk pile again. Yeah, maybe we just need to clean up our movement to get across the swamp. I guess we'll have to find out. Just gonna check this area down here first, though. But yeah, look at that. Just immediately fills out a full bar when I slap the enemy. That's potentially a huge game changer. Have we been through here? Yes, we have, but then does it go further? No. No, it does not. Whoop, almost missed. But that doesn't really give you anything either. We looted whatever we got here last time. I think I have to try to swamp again. Back so soon, yeah. I am looking carefully to see if there are other alternatives for where to go. Let's try... up here, for instance. I was pretty sure we'd done this, though, because that was what allowed me to unlock the top part of the tower to begin with, no? Or... now, here's the thing. You slap this up, so to say, then you have enough energy to further. So here, yeah, this is something we have not done. The wall climb, but again, glitch trail. Leaves a trail that hurts enemies after using the hairpin on any target. That's interesting too. Yeah, because you can really, once you get enough points, have a hairpin damage build. Especially if you can continue to chain it in midair, which... Whoop. We previously hadn't found a means to do. But now should be able to. Have to look at ceilings pretty carefully sometimes to see what you can push through on this map. Because if you tilt the camera just a little bit, sometimes that reveals a little opening. Let's get that point of health back first before we try anything too reckless over the swamp. But yeah, the swamp crossing looks slightly out of reach, but maybe there's something we're missing about it. Can't go through here. Yeah, you can't grapple onto that, so I can't really get that far at all. And so that's why I was thinking this is kind of a dead end with what we have at the moment. But if we could just find one of the keys that we're currently missing, that will be significant. Otherwise, I mean, where do we go but back to Sol and Vin? Let's inspect this a bit. Yeah, at this point, I really don't see what else we haven't cracked. But then again, sometimes it's not necessarily revealed by the map. And you do have to poke around a little bit. This room in the center here. So we were there much earlier today, and it seemed like I didn't have the movement skills to actually gain enough altitude in that room. Maybe that's worth a second look. Yeah, there's a lot that we just don't really know how to push through yet. But I can't really tell what we would be missing. A little bit memory dependent. Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay. No, personal assistant said they were coming to the edge of the world. I wonder if plants choose whether to become a gentle plant or a warrior plant. What about you, MIO? When did you choose to become a warrior? Do we get any progression off of this? Maybe that curio of yours will bring answers. Combat training target practice has been revised with new information. That's interesting. What is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, this was the identification of the object. This figurine was almost certainly used by a particularly small bot for combat training, namely who is written on the ribbon. Yeah, that tracks with how plushies are normally used by human civilization as well. So yeah, we've had a lot of fragments here that we can really get through. You're saying these curio descriptions are very cute. Yeah. It's like the natural extrapolation of that seagull in The Little Mermaid who sort of misidentifies all the things that were dredged up from the shipwrecks, right? There's a certain kinship there, I think. And actually with Pikmin as well, you know, with all the Pikmin treasures that had to be interpreted for their function in human civilization, you know, in case it wasn't entirely clear what a Game Boy Advance actually does. So we've been up through the central column, checked the top right. We've attempted to check the swamp. I really need to take a look at this. Because this is such a huge distance to cross. We can't get around this obstruction. However, I'm able to stand here. I don't know if that's significant at all. Probably not. There's no natural point to cling to. Oh, whoops. Salvage that. I may have gone way off track. Because, yeah, the last thing we got, once again, was Striders. Like, that's their last real movement ability. We checked every possible ascent over here. More or less. I mean, we checked way up to Sol and Vin, but... Again, I mean, I guess it was sort of spoiled for me that technically they're optional, or at least not the next progression block. If I hadn't known that, I probably would have just assumed that they're the next progression block. And yeah, just beat one's head against it some more. I'm just trying to remember, like, which room would we not have properly inspected that could even get me something. Seemingly top left corner in this room, but we tried getting there already and couldn't. I mean, yeah, we'd gone up. We couldn't see a way across the swamp that way. It may be that the swamp is still somewhere far off from what we can do and that we need really the correct keys first. Or each of the red doors that we've identified. This one up here being openable from the back. Not from the back, no. That one was with the bell tower key. Yeah, bell tower key over there. Lura's key for one of them, and finding Lura's room did not give me any insight into that. These 2 points here seem to be gated by movement skills, but maybe we can find some way around that. I mean, there are some conspicuously empty areas. Like this door in the middle, that's one that's openable from the other side. We need to check this central area a little bit more. That's in the center of the map that I'm looking at right now. I feel like that's got potential. And we just need to check the whole shaft going down, some of the areas going up. That, I think, is probably still most suspicious because we never did see what would connect to that door from the right. And we also need to find way back. Oop. Through the top here, we've been there. So yeah, at some point I think we gained the ability to bust through these. We've found a few spots like that. But they're clearly supposed to be cracked from that side and not from an opposing side. So that will be an important spot. Middle section up here, we've been here quite a few times. I don't know if wall climb gives you anything new to check. Probably not. This was a few bosses ago over here. Was there something up top? Yeah, we've checked this already. We looted that a while ago. Oh, nope. Landed in exactly the wrong spot. This looks like something up top here, like a little vent that comes down. Is it? No, it's not. It's just decoration. Just trying to wrap around to where there's some kind of node to explore on that side. Nope. Well, very little map progress so far. Just a couple of optional collectibles so far today. Oh, and I guess at this point I should map out the crystallization point to the left. I think you actually need to spin there to map anything. So we know about Lura's Nook, but not about Lura's Key. And I don't see anything that would really work to untangle that lock, although, yeah, we've been here. Hey, you know what? You can actually play the song. Of course, I'm not playing it rhythmically, but you can play essentially the whole melody. So that's the end of the second line. And then what do we continue? Oh, it just loops back around. Yeah, it is just the Y button that you normally use to slap things. But you can play the whole song. Doesn't do anything for you, though. Well, the more you learn. So yeah, Y button. Well, now we know. Okay. Anyway, back to the same old problem then. So, yeah. This door down below again, it's openable from the right. The one that's the lower right door of the two that are the locked doors on the map. That means that we need to find some kind of approach towards it. I think that's really the best bet at the moment out of everything that I can see. Also, yeah, despite having adventured quite a bit around here, we still have nothing worth returning to over here, as far as I can tell. Actually, it makes so much more sense to just port right back to the museum and explore from there. At the city gates. So I think the natural thing to check is to drop down the right side shaft and see if there's any way to go left. Otherwise, we'll kind of do the whole loop below and see if there's some way to pop up there toward that locked door. And actually, you would need to drop in... Oh, yeah, no, because that's the shaft that pushes you all the way up with the wind, so we do not go up that way. We have to go left. Also, anything we didn't already know about here? No. I mean, yeah, we've been up to the top before a few times. I don't think there's anything new we were specifically after. So, yeah, we know about the lock down there, so we do need to go around. And then back down. Yeah, because now you can chain this, and of course I have to hit accurately first, but sends you all the way over. But at this point, is there something that I can crack that goes up? Now, this sends you all the way over, but maybe that implies to me that we need to resist this gust somehow. We'd have to go back for that. But... oh, right, because this goes down to the boss. And we've been there. We hadn't really climbed up in that middle room past the boss. Perhaps this here. Or had I? Let's see. There's the hard ceiling up top. No, we have been here because I looted the core. It's not going to be this room. However, there was something that was a node that could be reached. top corner of an adjoining room on the right. We'll probably discover that it's just another junk pile that we've seen already, but so I know now this shaft pushes you up, but we can go through, but we have gone through before, and I know because we had checked across this area to collect what was here. Stay steady over here. Oh, I was trying to cling on to the left there, and we completely missed. And so, back up. We go uncontrollably. And I avoid that. Well, no, we didn't refresh any energy, otherwise we might have been able to catch something here. Yeah, let's just head back up. Yeah, we need to check some of the spots on the left. That would be vital, but in the meantime, we'll see if we can expend the climb and fall into anything on the left. Not really. Yeah, a lot of seemingly inaccessible rooms here. Well, no insight just yet, but guess we'll have to find out. What to do. Yeah, no real openings. There's one spot there that looks like it's something. I saw a dot on the left. See, right here, this dot on the left. That's in an area that we have not been able to traverse to yet, so that's clearly something. It gives me a bound on the thing that we'd be looking for. I see something that might be on the right side too. Let's... They're falling in on the right. I'm on a ledge of some sort. But it's just a ledge. Doesn't actually get you anything. However, you come over to this side, whip in here. Yeah, we've been through this whole sequence, so that can't be it. We'll check quickly to see if there's something missed that we're now able to traverse to. For example, this bit here. Right side. This is new. Or, no, we've been here. We've looted that core before. And we've been through here before as well. We've been through the whole path. Didn't really find anything new of note here as we go through everything, but that's just more junk. Gotta check things thoroughly. Oops. Totally didn't see what the ground was there. Oops. Getting sloppy. Yeah, we've been through all of this already. And it isn't telling me anything new. And yeah, we've been here before. I don't know if there's anything more to look at. Right, because this is where we pick up a climb in the first place. Okay, well, let's get back out then. And let's try this way. Oh, we can just climb here. Because that was the tutorial segment for it in the first place. Now, right side, we kind of have to drop into if we're going backwards like this. Whoops. How much cash do we stand to lose here? 121, not too bad. Oh, it's recoverable as we'll need to. Okay, the problem is though that we just have not found the way down to that door. Maybe there's something to see in the junction above it. Really not clear to me, or maybe even to a shaft that's on its left. So yeah, there's something in the shaft up above, actually. There is an exit partway. We need to loop back around with the lift down here in the lower position to see if I can actually fall in there. On the way down. Maybe. Let's go around and take a look. There's something we can push against there. We just need to find it. Oh, also, what a long path to go back. Yeah. That's fine. We can just get blown through the middle. Oh, whoops. Well, I just get blown back out. Blood sanctum is open and the blood is dead. Yet our daily struggle hasn't changed too much. That's not really going to clue me into anything, though. let's see if the elevator shaft is actually open or if it's shut above the lift. It does shut. That's the issue, is that when you use the lift, it doesn't really let you explore that shaft in the middle. However, at this point, we should be able to cross through this lower area. I mean, this is what we saw on the way down, but then is there anything else to see on the way down? I think we had checked this previously. Yeah, nothing. Now we know there's a part here where the wind blows you around. Maybe there's a way to get around that. Nope, we're gonna lose it. Unfortunately, I can't really get out of this, but you can stall a little bit so we can just visually inspect what's going on. It's all pipe up top. Oh, and then back to the boss area. Yeah, in that case, I don't actually know how to get up there. Let's think about this carefully. Probably just missing something very obvious, but we'll find out. But yeah, there's clearly a whole set of corridors in there. That center of the map is what we're looking at it currently. Just have not been able to do anything about that. Let's try to do the wall climb on the right side again, just to get a read on what's going on here. Nothing that I can see. Yeah, we've only really found a few bonus rooms today. I guess we just have not located the actual progression path. I mean, we'd gone up to the city hall. We'd explored what we could of these rooms here. I wonder if there's just something I missed with all of these other rooms that have cracked open. So this does allow you to climb up for a while. But we've seen all that. I mean, the bottom line is that we need to get the key off of someone. I would assume that there's a boss in the way of that at some point. Because otherwise, there's actually nothing for me to do right now except challenge Soul and Vin again. Like, I just don't see where the continuation could possibly be. Maybe there's another way to break down it. Well, break our way into that room down below. So where we're in the map, we're kind of, yeah, down under that shaft. You're able to fall through here, but then you come here. Yeah, this goes low, but then we come over here instead. No, that just gets you back up. Hang on. Hmm. I wonder what I'm missing. Because, yeah, we've been down here. We've seen what kind of door it is. Let's inspect this again. Because it's locked from the other side, but then we would naturally be inclined to think that there's a way to go there, but the question is, can we go there yet? Would I be willing to recheck a room that looks checked already? Yeah. I mean, that's essentially what I'm doing throughout the whole game at this point. Did you have a particular room in mind? Yeah, I don't think it'll spoil anything for me to know which room you're curious about, because we're going back over it anyway. But that's the issue, is that it almost certainly is that I have to progress through something that looks checked already, and it's a little difficult to see what that might be. I think we had to check the top corner here, for instance, but the room in an L shape near me. L shape. The room with an L in it. In it? I'm not even sure which room. Oh, you mean here? Dead center right now? That L shape? I will go back and check that one. I mean, I suspect... Yeah, because I checked a lot of the other rooms in that area. I might have missed that one, actually. Because I was there at the beginning of this stream, actually. We're very close by. I might have just missed a spot. I'll see. I thought I had been there earlier, but... Maybe I hadn't, and I was actually thinking of the room above it, because we definitely pushed the room above it a little bit to see where I could go with it, and hit a dead end over there. So, well, let's try it. I pushed a lot of rooms at the end of day one, yeah. And I can't remember what I have or haven't seen in many places, so... Whoops. But it's more that, again, I wasn't keeping my eyes peeled for what you could do with the wall climb, because I didn't know that was going to be an ability coming in. And so, yeah, there would have been places that I mapped out that I lost track of in terms of still being able to push through them. So, might even be easier if we go to the city hall first. But I'm trying to remember if I have an easy way back up. Let's actually just port back up. That'll be simplest. We'll just drop a floor from here. So we're currently just able to head across, and the blood sanctum is finally open. But they haven't heard about the blood yet. No, we have checked this before, I'm sure. Right, because we shut this off earlier today. That's one of the things I did earlier today, was I shut this off, and that's what opened up one additional round of items in the shop. Doesn't mean that I couldn't climb further here, but it doesn't look like you get much out of that anyway, so... Oop, they shoot quickly. Okay, so I hadn't wrapped around back here today. We will check it. There is a dot up there that also looks suspicious, and this is not a gap you can crawl through. And then we'll refresh up there. And this shows you that there's a core on the right side that I haven't looted. But then, no, we came up through here, didn't we? Or did I? Oh, okay, no, we have not been to the right there. That looks like it might be critical. And indeed, that is the Bell Tower Visitor Pass. Well, there you go. I don't know how long it would have taken me to find that. Yeah, because of course I'd mapped the room, right? So I didn't remember how far we'd actually pushed it. Okay. And yeah, Xanfizz, don't worry about it. I mean, that's more backseating than I'll usually take on stream. But again, I was starting to check everything exhaustively anyway, and we might have been a while yet before we got back to the spot. Whoops. Oh, let's not just die here, although I might. Now, of course, we also located that core that is on the right side of this room, and so that's worth checking if I can... Oh, okay. No, I ran out of energy. No wonder. Then how do I go through here if I'm out of energy? Let me... see. This guy's stuck here. This is... Oh, hang on. Well, I need to catch that, but then... I'm using my energy on this already. Oh, then we just jump over here, except I need to stall. That's okay. We'll take the fast way back, I guess, which is going to lose me 185, but not a big problem. Yeah, you said it does seem weird to you that the map would show this whole room as if it were cleared. Yeah. Because the thing is, I don't know how far I made it there the last time I was there. Maybe I actually did kind of blunder across and crash there and map out more of it than I should have. Anyway, we'll go back to the bell tower and finally progress through the game at some point, but we'll check for that extra core first, since I could use it. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Tap this to refresh. There we go. What an amazing new ability. That made it so much easier. And luckily we're invulnerable while we're looting. Yeah, the energy refresh made this so easy to climb, actually. Anyway, where we're going to port to go through to the bell tower, we should... yeah, definitely teleport back to... the original Nexus. Okay, progress at last. 3 hours into the stream. Let's go over to the Nexus and take the lift up. Not going to spend my cores yet. We need 4 cores for the next modifier up anyway, so. Also, didn't I say I would use the one on the left to crystallize? I guess it never actually did map this. Anyway, now did it? Yeah, it doesn't map it at all, actually. Even after you've used it for its intended purpose. Okay, up to the bell tower and let's continue. We can just do the lower path, that's easier. Actually, no, there was a fast way to zip up there for the health refresh up here, no? Or, well, no, we're taking a long way, that's fine. Whoops. Making a bit of a mess of this, but that's okay. Wow, completely failed to zip through that one. And that one. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of going backwards through this. We need to hit that upper node. Oh yeah, I'm totally going backwards through it. Never mind. We'll take the lower path this time instead. I'd found some kind of quick path through that earlier, though. I just couldn't remember where that was, but that's okay. Okay, lower path it is, and from the lower path, yeah, we just cross the easy way. Whoops. Let's wait for the full energy refresh first. This was what I was thinking of, that little shortcut there. Oh, is it a bell tower pass that you have? Oh, lucky. Sancho still hasn't found his. Did the lower one have something to say? This is Sancho. You wouldn't happen to have found my bell tower visitor pass, would you? No, I can see that you are an honest unit. If you had found it, you would have given it back. Well, who said it was Sancho's? Don't let him see your past. He would be capable of plotting a robbery. Yeah, I believe that. Okay, Overseer's missing, but we will have a save point at last. And look at that pendulum in the background as well. Let's keep going. So this goes up to Pendulum's Panorama. And does this open? Locked from the other side. Well, let's see where this goes. I was definitely eyeing that elevator shaft carefully to see if there was anywhere to go left or right in that, but seems not. Let's just check every side here. Okay, let's do across. Movement feels very second nature after a while. There is a collectible down there that we should try to reach. If I have some plan for getting there, which I don't. I think maybe we'd need to wrap around the left side for that then. We'll do it, but let me just check this area first. It's... Oop. And yeah, we'll just climb a little bit here before we go to the left side area. Oh, we should have kept that available actually, but that's okay. Oh, I hit something here. There we go. It just allows me to go through, and then can't quite reach this. Look at that, there is something up top. We reach, not yet, but maybe from the other side. Nope. Maybe if I had something that I could use here. Yeah, actually, at the bottom of most of these nodes, there's something you can use to pull your way up, and that'll be the way to do it, in fact. Let's... At the bottom of every platform. Here, nope, doesn't quite reach. Okay, well that's one to puzzle out then. We need to just launch ourselves pretty far. Nope, it's not going to reach. We'll need to use something else. Possibly draw an enemy over there. When we're able to. This game's line art works really well for making art with tracks in Mario Maker, you're saying? Give me a moment to think about what you mean by that, but let's see. This game's line art, you're saying, works really well for line art with tracks. I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but in terms of just kind of giving you a template for how to outline things, or like if you kind of put tracks around semi-solids to give them a bit of an extra boundary, or... Just think about the shapes that you can make. Well, let's try to get across here. There we go. Used to monitor the oxygen output of the Haven. Is Graham going to give me anything? You think we're slacking, eh? You should see the breath then. Not a single command issued in 732 years. Not that the last one made any sense either. Let me print it for you. Everything has gone wrong. Trusting them was a mistake. I'm done doing anything for them. At this point, you could say that slacking is a divine commandment. Yeah, 069, you're saying like those trees that are made out of tracks. I think I know what you mean. In terms of people who kind of use the curves to make the bottoms of the tree trunks. And I've seen a few makers really get what they can out of that. Anyway, that didn't really give me much about lore. I wonder who was the breath talking about in the last set of instructions. Almost certainly the human travelers that are just no longer being maintained. But that's just a guess. Okay, this was just a bit of a story moment then. Also, I'm really low in health. We need to resolve that at some point, but let's do the left side first. And then, whoops. Totally jumped too high after tapping that location. Not a big deal. We'll be back there in no time. And yeah, we only checked the left side over there thus far. There's also a right side there that we can push into in due course. And possibly open up this shortcut, or door rather, to the right. Well, let's try pushing that again if we can get back there. I still have to figure out this spot. Let's think about this, actually. It would be from the room down below. Ah, okay, yeah. You know what? We should go back and try for that. I think I know how to get it. I don't know if I have the requisite abilities to make it there, but I can see how I would have missed that spot earlier because we didn't even make it that far in that room the few times that we've gone back. No, Samphis, don't worry. I really don't consider that having spoiled me or something. We would have just been here for longer. Or we might have gone back to push Soul and Vin. And, okay, so we want to go back to the left here. And we want to go top right in this room to see if we can hit that spot that we saw. Right, because now we can wall climb. This we could not do before. That's what gets you here. Makeshift recovery. Quickly defeating an enemy that has hit MIO restores one extra layer of protection. Non-stackable. Interesting. So if someone hits you, then you hit them back. And if you take them out, then you get the health back. Interesting. I'd rather have the energy recovery at the moment, but we'll keep that in mind if we have big fights with lots of ads later. And again, that's an example of something that is better for group fights than for bosses. Yeah, for 20 points for health recovery, and really, actually, the only health recovery that we have seen in this game. At least with what I've collected so far. That's not bad. You're saying it's like a Bloodborne HP mechanic. Yeah, I've not played Bloodborne, so I didn't know that. I've seen a lot of other action games that have the health recovery from breaking or fall, like the Ukemi and Beautiful Joe. But in terms of doing the speed kill to get health back, I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, we took care of that. Let's go back up and push the left side that we were looking at. In Bloodborne, you're saying the damage you take is on a delay, so any hits on enemies restore some of the health loss before it applies. Oh, I see. So it's kind of like a provisional layer of damage on the bar, and then it is temporarily recoverable before it actually depletes. Yeah, so far as I know, Bloodborne is still just entirely locked to PS4, right? Or because I know it's one of those notable games that just has not really been ported anywhere. Oh, yeah, we have to position ourselves a bit more accurately here. There we go. And what do we have here? Another modifier, Wildcat. After using the hairpin, the next attack will be a heavy strike that inflicts a lot more damage to enemies. Well, that will chain very well with the energy refresh that we have currently, right? Like, there's a lot of hairpin tech that stacks. If I can budget the points for this, like if we can afford an additional 10 points to our cap, I think I will actually try that. Because it's immediately after using the hairpin, and we do follow up hairpin with a strike very, very often. A lot of this stuff could get through Soul and Vin as well, in fact. And, yeah, I guess it's part of that whole set of games that... Bloodborne, I mean, that would have had the compatibility carry forward to PS5, right? But I don't know, I don't have a PS4 or a PS5, so we'll have to see when any of that eventually becomes available. But yeah, as far as I know, Bloodborne is kind of notable in that it's not on PC either yet, is it? Unlike a lot of the PS4 games that Sony eventually did bring over. Whoops. I actually have not played any of the Souls games yet. I will want to get to them at some point, but we'll see. I do want to keep an eye on how the Elden Ring port to Switch 2 turns out. I know that it had been delayed already so they could get it into shape. But okay, anyway, I'm really not doing well in terms of damage. There is a health refresh in this room, though. But I'm slightly below it. Let me see if I can get to it. Oh no, it's just on the right over here. Here's the fountain. The basin, rather. Yeah, so you know the actual reason I have not played Dark Souls, which was of course ported to Switch 1. I played the demo on Switch 1, the pre-release network test, and it had a notorious issue that was never fixed or patched in the full release on Switch 1, which is that for some reason the Switch port of Dark Souls has confirm on B and cancel on A, which, if you are a Nintendo player, and particularly the one who wasn't paying attention in this room because I was busy talking about button assignments, is well, it's not even like playing the game in mirror mode necessarily, but it causes problems. And it was apparently completely non-configurable. And you could, of course, remap things at the system level, but if you remap things at the system level, then it affects everything else with buttons A and B, right? And people noticed this right away in the demo, of course. And, oh, didn't find this for some reason. And for some reason in the full game, it was just never, ever patched. Because I guess the contract for the porting studio was just up and they just didn't have anybody working on it from that point or something. I don't know. But it was a very conspicuous problem. But I feel like I've learned a lot from a distance about Dark Souls over the years, just from people bringing it up when they see things like the whole corpse running system in the Hollow Knight games, for instance. Yeah, there's a lot of button remapping that you can do on Switch 2, and I do know that it has a global kind of A and B swap specifically to accommodate people who are coming in from Xbox muscle memory, essentially. But oh, okay. No, we're going to zip through this one to get up to the other core. Give me a position to go through here. I mean, we can just reload health as much as we want until it comes close. Okay, no, we're going to zip through it, tap it, and then use the energy refresh. We don't even need to do that, we'll just zip through it. Okay. And while I'm salvaging, I'm not vulnerable. And now we can afford an additional modifier expansion, incidentally. Because that requires 4 cores. So we'll do it when we can, but we'll see. Yeah, the thing about the Joy-Cons and the various Pro controllers is they do have a bit of built-in memory to them, which is why you can have button mappings that are actually saved onto the controller, which you can do at the system level on Switch 2 for sure, and have a controller-specific rebind. And also a quick menu that you can add to the suspend menu, essentially, where by default it's off, but on the suspend menu on the Switch 2 you can add quick access to button remapping. And you can set a whole bunch of presets and everything, and we've played with it quite a bit. Now the unfortunate thing though is that because it is dependent on controllers having onboard memory, you cannot do button remapping for the various Nintendo Switch Online controllers, like the Super Nintendo or the GameCube controller, both of which I use very heavily at a system level. And so they are not very configurable outside of... I was totally not paying attention. They're not very configurable outside of the specific Nintendo Switch Classics apps themselves. Which is a bit of an issue because with the Super Nintendo controller, for instance, when you are in the Super Nintendo app, in that collection, you have the added buttons for ZL and ZR that are kind of tucked away in the top middle, bound to home and capture. But they are not bound to home and capture anywhere else, and you can't do it anywhere else. Which is very unfortunate, because I would have liked to have those just work the same way across the system. But alas. This game, incidentally, I'm playing with Joy-Cons right now, and I am pretty comfortable with it with the stick movement, but I noticed right away when I loaded the options page on MIO is that the button assignments are simple enough, and with D-pad or directional buttons rather mirroring the stick as well, this game is definitely playable on the Super Nintendo controller. Apart from the R-stick camera tilt. That's the only thing you would be missing. Okay, let's actually pay attention to the fight this time instead of just blundering through it. There we are. And I'm blundering through it. Okay. Oh, just a little too close, but that's okay, we made it out. Let's actually watch the dodges. Now, the thing about the hairpin is that the hairpin also has a few frames of built-in dodge, as we discovered after too many attempts on Sol and Vin. So if your dodges run out, you can actually use the hairpin to get through if that option is available. And then, okay, let's see who's next. One of these is fine, except I missed a dodge once again, and we're close to death. Whoops. Got a little trap there. That's okay, we'll make it through. I'm losing a lot of droplets every time, but that's because we're losing the ones that we're earning within that fight, just from taking out all those enemies, so we're not going to keep those anyway. Okay, let's make it back there correctly. Oh, whoops. It's okay, let's go back up. And remember to land from time to time. Let's just skip these. And fight. Okay, let's be cautious about the dodges. Yeah, they fire at me quite a bit. This is one fight where actually the decoy might be a good pick, but... Okay, there we are. Nope. Let's try to prioritize this one in the middle. Yeah, I have not been hitting my dodge timing with it, so... Okay, that was it. That was it. We really shouldn't have blundered on that one so badly. I don't know why we did, but... we now have... all those floors available. And it does mean that I can just go straight back down to the save if I want to reload health, or we could just go left if we want to reload health. And get it all back. That squid you're saying almost snuck in and wanted to participate in the arena? Yeah. Didn't have a ticket. Okay. Let's just telling the other bots, you know, put me in, coach. Let me have a go. Alright, so lots to explore up here. Lots to potentially check. Do we want to go down first or up first? Doesn't matter. We've been down. Oh, whoops. Oh, no, this is just grass. It's not hazardous. Okay, let's see. Coming over here. And what is this? Code and component. Okay, good, because if we spend on 2, and we actually, if we didn't want to get the +10 to the modifier, we can spend 4 cores instead on 2 code and components to fill in an extra health point. I kind of want to go for modifiers instead, though. There's just too many interesting combinations that we don't have the budget to try yet. Something on the right side here that I can't quite see. Oh, whoops. Bell Tower, Celestial Bell. Oh, we're going to get a new movement ability. Haven't had one in a while. Tomo's not here. That was a long shot, but a bummer anyway. We used to come here a lot after the Traveler's disappearance. We talked about anything and everything. Mostly we tried to remember that we were not alone, that the vessel kept going forward. Now I can't help but wonder how long. Okay, what's the movement skill this time? Let's watch. Because I truly have no idea. Glide. Okay, that makes sense, because I was thinking something has to get you over the swamp. And we now have a float. What did we have on A previously? Because I wonder if maybe I want to reassign this to anything else that might be familiar. Oh, I guess, yeah, no, because I reassigned dodge away from X. A is fine. I don't need to make absolutely every game match all the others, but just watch. I'm going to get back to Donkey Kong Bonanza or something, and this is totally going to throw me off. I'm going to play Ostrich. Also important. So jump, glide, double jump, glide, and only a tiny little glide there, because glide does deplete your energy bar, as you can see. But you can go jump. But you can release it. If you release it, however, the energy bar still depletes. It depletes until you land, in fact, so it doesn't matter if you let up. Not. It was so pretty. Oh yeah, there was something earlier about drawing attention to the narrator in these segments. The dialogue. Trying to identify who is it exactly who's talking to us. I love how coming across a tube is as exciting as a Chozo statue. I mean, it's nice that in this game that has such a unique little flavor to it. Where Samsk just crawls in and pulls you somewhere. Anyway, letter from Tomo. Do you remember Samsk? It's you who told me that the bell tower was even older than the vessel. We're not going to read the whole thing word for word, but let's try to understand what's going on. And yeah, so Tomo came over here, left this message. And it goes further down. Hang on. Here we go. Yeah, I came here to uncover some deep secrets about a traveler's crafting, hoping to find more hints about our inner working. Instead, what I learned is that we were cared for deeply and unconditionally. So yeah, the humans took good care of their machines. Maybe the inverse was not true. When the breath gave up on them. So far as we know. Oh yeah, we're supposed to have glide available now, so let's try to use it. Obviously, the thing to do with the glide is to get across the swamp, but yeah, we're out of energy if we climb this far. However, I don't know that it's going to get us anywhere in this room anyhow. So yeah, I really do need to keep an eye on the energy management. Well, let's head back down. We still haven't found how to unlock that door from the right yet, but maybe a solution will present itself. Oh, like here. Oops. Fell back down quite a ways. That's okay. Let's continue to see what was up here. There's clearly something to the right. Just barely over. Good. And that, no, that's not over. Is there anything for me to tap to continue past this point? Not really. Okay, let's not blunder there too much. Let's figure this out. Clearly, you're supposed to be able to traverse there at some point, but I don't have a good way to refresh at the moment. I think you need to maybe push a little further first. Hang on. But then if you glide it, then like slap glide. And then, no, at that point I've already lost a slash, so, Yeah, you really like the writing in this game. You think the devs are French? Yeah. They are. We know that from experience with shady part of me. And yeah, it has been a fun localization to read and puzzle out. I've definitely noticed some proofreading, copy editing issues from time to time, but the thing is I noticed that a lot with a lot of indie games, whether they're made by English first language studios or not, so. These things, if pointed out, eventually get patched sometimes. Not always. Okay, so it kind of seemed like there was an upper segment that I could have slid through, but we didn't do that. Instead, we came down here, and that's fine. This is clearly an area worth checking. Oh, that looks explosive. Very explosive. And, oh. Yeah, it looks like it's emitting, well, the same thing that's in the swamps. Canopy. Okay, we'll definitely need to glide through some of this stuff. And no, we need to reload some health, I think. Let's go back down. Yeah, very lovely zone here. Yeah, there's a lot of movement skills to keep straight now that we have to think about. In terms of just muscle memory. I'm definitely wondering if I should reassign glide. I'm just thinking about what would make sense. I currently don't have anything on L. Like we have cling on ZL. But I'm just wondering what would make the most sense. And the problem is that, oh, you know what? So when you put a menu on X, well, maybe we should just keep it on A for now. I feel like A for glide is a little bit awkward because, yeah. I guess I'm just so accustomed to a lot of gliding systems being just, you know, holding the jump button itself, which is not going to be the case here. Let me think. And yeah, 069, as you were saying, if only glide could be jump as well, where you just hold into it. But I guess the reason it doesn't do that is partly because then you don't expend double jump if you just want to get into the glide after a single jump and keep the double jump. But I'm definitely thinking I might reassign. Now, we definitely encountered a bug before, as I said, where if you put in something into interface on X, then it overrides these interactions here. We can kind of see, like I'm just thinking, okay, so cling on ZL, dodge on ZR is exactly where it should be. Grapple. Now the problem is that if we go glide on L, it would be a little awkward to switch to the cling. So I don't know that there's going to be a good assignment for it that doesn't clash with some other things. Like no matter what, there's going to be a little bit of awkwardness. We'll keep it on A for the time being, I think. But I might have to play around with this. Samphis, you were saying that was a problem with Silk Song. It was actually kind of annoying being forced to double jump before being able to glide. So, Samphis, the reason I'm not putting it on L is because I'm thinking it might be a little too awkward to switch between ZL for wall cling and L for glide. Because it seems like you'll probably have to switch between those quite often if you're gliding into a wall climb, right? I actually have my hairpin on R right now. I have dodge on ZR, hairpin on R. Because that matches tons and tons of stuff, right? Like it... I mean, dodge for me absolutely has me on ZR. I just have too many games that have that baked in. Because it's just become instinct for me at this point to put the dodge there, so... Yeah, we'll see what makes the most sense. I guess in situations like this, you're not doing the glide into climb. So maybe we could just do that. You don't think you'd actually chain those moves together because you can't grapple directly after glide anyway and vice versa? Yeah, but you can have partial energy for the wall climb though, right? Like, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. I don't even know if we can make it past this part yet. I feel like we can, but I should not expend the double jump. I should do single jump. Notice that when I tap these, I do reload energy, I think. Let me test that. Yeah, you reload after you tap them, so we should... tap them and get... Oops, double jump back every time. It is a little awkward, actually, because going from glide into strike. Let's reload health and then try a few things. It's actually not even the fact that it's on a separate button from jump, but if it's on a face button, you have some issues with this. So we'll maybe try it on L and see what happens. Let's try it. Yeah, too bad you can't do a kind of one-to-many mapping either. The sail is on A. Put on L. And we'll see how it goes. What is the modifiers menu? Oh, modifiers menu takes you to the modifiers. Yeah, so like I said, it was a bug where if you put one of these two on X, then you can't interact with anything with X. But that's the kind of thing where I would expect that to be patched pretty quickly. Yeah, so now we have glide on L like this. And then that way... Oh, that's a lot more comfortable actually, because then I don't have to switch my thumb to do a downward strike. Not that we're doing this very well, though. Okay, I didn't sail far enough that time. Let's reload. Yeah, but maybe with both movement skills and left we could get used to it. It's with the button assignments I have right now, there's maybe no happy compromise with that. Instinctively, I keep thinking that, you know, holding down jump will also give you the glide just from how some other games work. I'm trying to remember what the button for it is actually when you have the ostrich in Donkey Kong Bonanza. And the thing is, I have all kinds of muscle memory problems with that too, because I think that's actually double assigned to the roll as well. Like there's some kind of button assignment overlap in that game. Okay, the issue is that I'm pointing down too quickly. I need to be sailing further right. Oh, missed it. Yeah, I'm having trouble switching directions. Oh, yeah. This might be an argument for D-pad movement here rather than stick, but let's try it. Oh. Almost. Almost. Yeah, I am a little bit off with my timing when it comes to pointing down versus pointing right. This is the same reason why I have trouble with things like ground pound cancels in Mario Maker, even when I'm playing D-pad. Samfizz, Bonanza controls felt natural to me as soon as I did the swap for jump on B rather than jump on A. Like, I kind of understand why they set it up the way they did in terms of, you know, you pressed the upper button to punch up and the lower button to punch down, but I found that I was punching forward most of the game anyway, so... But I've played a lot of Bonanza at this point, and there are still things that I don't control well. Like all the different kind of zebra throw variants I find to be really tricky. There we go. Yeah, the button reassignment actually helped a lot, because if I was switching my thumb between glide and slap while also changing directions with my left thumb, that would have been much harder to put together, but here I could kind of alternate hands and really get into the rhythm of that properly. And yeah, there's a lot about Bonanza that I've just kind of gotten used to with time as well. Okay, so here... Oh, whoops. I was about to say something about swapping between the wall clinging. Yeah, okay, no, he's going to try to slap me with a tail. I just never hit the dodge timing for that properly, so unfortunately we're very damaged in this part now, but... You know, that's one situation where having the health reload on taking out the enemy that hit you would have been helpful, but... Yeah, it's so much more comfortable on L, actually, now that I've played with it a little bit. Let's be careful, that looks like an enemy on the left, where there's some crystallized naked to pick up. And then we'll need to climb back up out of here. Great. Something on the left side here as well. Ooh, another core that we don't appear to have looted yet. We'll need to figure that out later, I think. Yeah, when I first played Odyssey, I got really quite fluent with the different cap jumps and such, but I've been away from that for a very long time. With Bonanza, I've started getting into the habit of certain button sequences that make a lot of sense to me now. Whoa. Can we make it over? Go. Like, I figured out very early on in Bonanza that you could cover a lot of distance with roll, jump, roll. But it took me much longer to figure out that you go roll, jump, roll, punch to make sure you actually have a climb available at the end of it. So it's okay if you undershoot a little bit and crash into a wall because you still have a climb, right? So gradually you just kind of get little optimizations like that into muscle memory and things work out a lot better. But definitely some things like the ostrich glide and a lot of the zebra tech still throws me off sometimes. Okay, so we're kind of way off the map at this point, and there's another core that I know I was missing on the left side. But let's just continue exploring where we can before we take too much damage. Probably can just go through here. Nope. Or can we? Nope, I'm just moving the camera there. I'm not actually going through. That looks interesting. What even is that? Oh, that's just junk pile, okay. We're over something very significant here, it seems. I kind of need some health before we get into something big. The breath spring. Yeah, it seemed pretty clear that the breath would be the next pearl that we're dealing with. But I would like a health fountain somewhere first, though. If we have one free. We've got a fight, and I'm probably gonna die. Because we didn't find a place to refresh. Anyway, Keeper of the Breath, Naboo. So all of that comes up and whoop. Okay, that's fine. I didn't expect to last long given what a huge circuitous path we'd taken up to that point. Dropped 456. Nah, that happens. I'm going to... Oh, we don't have an overseer, so we can't port here yet. That's fine. I like that system, incidentally, of having the requirement for porting around being that you need to discover a certain location to unlock that about the save point first. I've been fast traveling a surprising amount in this game just because of where the shop location is. Very often when I play games like this, I just don't even bother to fast travel. That was... I played Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, for instance. Okay, so obviously we should open up the shortcut before we do the boss, because that's how this game is generally structured. It always gives you, in fact, very convenient shortcuts whenever you bother to actually back your way into them. We'll try to keep an eye out for some of the things like the core locations that we had seen previously. Yeah, there are a lot of interesting ideas in this game when it comes to the saves, the health replenishment, etc. Especially because you have almost no health replenishment in this game apart from that one modifier that we've found so far. Did we ever actually check the spot to the right? I think we had. Oh no, we didn't have the glide yet at this point the last time we were here, so we have not been here. Oh. At least I didn't think we had. Whoa. Okay. Where even am I? Yeah, this is a new path entirely. Yeah, the glide on Ella is actually so much better. It's unbelievable. And I'm sure just weaving it in with the wall climb will come naturally with time. Oh, it looks like we actually kind of went backwards through here. Or is that just a return path after whatever it is we found? Yeah, I mean, I guess ever since we had the initial contribution to getting the map up and running, I assume that the excess nacre we've been losing has just been going down the drain because it doesn't seem to be contributing to anything in the central pool anymore. But that was kind of interesting to set that up as an initial progression hub where if you die a lot at the beginning, it doesn't occlude the map progress. But I don't know that that system has really done anything for me since that point. Maybe it is accumulating in some way, but I can't see that it is. So anyway, we're going to make a trade. Sounds mysterious, eh? Oh, okay. It's just kind of cargo cult trading. I heard a traveler say this once. I've always wanted to try to do the same since then. So he doesn't actually have... Oh, buy a mysterious item for 10,000. How far off are we? We are doing that eventually, but we'll have some core upgrades to deal with first. But this is important. We'll absolutely see what that is in good time. Whoops. And of course, we don't have much to crystallize at the moment. You're saying, even though you lose it on death, you like not feeling forced to return to where you died and being free to go somewhere else. Yeah. I guess so. I mean, you know, I find that with things like how that is set up in Hollow Knight, usually the games were pretty courteous about not having you completely commit to entering a boss fight if you just want to tap your cocoon and get back out. In Silksong, there usually was an opportunity to do that, but it's true that sometimes you have a pretty long path to get back there, right? And often a very hazardous path. What could possibly be worth that much? Oh, I don't know. It might just be a joke, but I'm very curious. We are going to see it at some point. You know I won't be able to resist that. I mean, I want to prioritize modifiers, but if our currency is way outpacing our cores, then we'll do what we can to save up for that as soon as possible. This looks like a bit of an awkward location for the glide. Yeah, okay, we can just kind of climb out of there. That's a little test there of switching from glide to cling. Yeah, very low ceilings all around too. Check this specifically. Yay, more coding components just in the wild. That means we don't need to spend as much on those in the short term. Did we choose to upgrade? Okay, so this lowers you down all the way here. And then that allows you to unlock. Great. It's the shortcut. Ah, you scared me. Who is she? Are you here to see the breath? I love you more. No, I love you more. What of you? And then, oh. So yeah, maybe we had skipped ahead through this gate, but let's listen to our librarian here. By decree of the breath, the greenhouse is shut. Entry is forbidden to all. Okay, so we just found that passage quickly instead. I can make no exception, not even for a keeper. The breath has an important duty and is not to be disturbed. I thought the duty of the breath was slacking. We had that explained to us a few NPCs ago. Anyway, we know how to get in there, so this restriction does not apply. And more candles. I see a note up there that we can hit for continuation, but let's explore down here first. Ah, here's the overseer. Great. And we'll try to get back up there. Yeah, there's some kind of note up here that we can hit. But then that doesn't really get me much further, as far as I can tell. Oh well, that's fine. Okay, so let's map the place, and then we've found a couple of connection points. There's a place to crystallize up there that I don't even know if we noticed that, but we found it. There's still a top passage that we want to explore when we do loop back to where the breath will be, and we'll probably want to maybe unlock the greenhouse door when we do that to have a quick shortcut back. But before we accomplish that, we're going to go back to buy some more modifier points. And yeah, we'll take out the boss and see about what's going to happen with the breath. That will be possibly the last big thing we do today, and we'll see how long it takes. Let's get some extra points going here. Okay, so I do have 5 cores to work with currently. Modifier extension was what I wanted to prioritize. And that's the last one we can get for now until we discover other... one of the characters who expands the shop inventory here. So yeah, we clearly take this, I think. Now there's so many points that seem to be available eventually that a lot of them I think will just have to be collected in the wild. Yeah, one more core, of course, would have gotten us a code and component for health. We might even come back to get that. Because I did already see one core up in that top path that we had not reached. And so, one extra point of health could make a big difference. However, for now, we're going to shuffle a few things. Okay, so we can take this one off. And energy recovered when attacking. So many of these actually would stack together nicely. For example, if you have just grappled, then you can get a nice big hit, although that would now refill energy if you've got this one on. Against the boss, this will not be that useful, but this might be pretty good for anything that you grapple into. That depends, I guess, on the boss fight, whether we're going to be using the hairpin to get in position very much to try to slap, regain energy, and just try to fight that way. This kind of setup actually would be very good for phase 3 Soul and Vin if we get back there at some point, but because then you could stay in the air, you could chain yourself in the air, which without this you really could not do, I think. Not very well. And you would actually be able to get through the phase with sufficient damage. But let's play around with this combo to see what happens. Also, what's this down here? Oh yeah, this was the imperfect focus one that gives you extra 5, but I like my dodge timing. I already have enough trouble with dodge timing, so let's keep what we have. And back to the top path to the bell tower. We'll try to remember to open a greenhouse shortcut if it's available. And otherwise, it is going to be all the way back up to the top. I mean, we can actually cross the swamp at this point, if we want to mess around with that, but maybe. I'm not really sure, because it is a long distance to cover. Let's see what the breath does first. And we'll see how long it takes to learn the boss. Okay. Up to the right. Although, I have to remember, I think it was this way that we might be able to access one of the cores. No, I think it was the next layer up. Oops. Just a tiny bit of a glide there would have solved that, but... hang on. Being a bit sloppy here. Let's see. Let's repair first. That was not well played. And what... I just reloaded directly into another location where we got sniped. Okay, this is not going well. Let's see, how do I even go back? Like this. There we go. Rather sloppy, but oh well. Oh, that's okay. We can just stand here until we bounce. Oh, whoops. Forgot to hit. How do we... Oh, I didn't actually stand on the refresh point for long enough to refresh all my health. That's silly. Whoops. Hang on. Okay. Let's refill it properly this time. Okay, and let's... Whoops, totally whiffed that jump. There we go, much better. And then this is where we normally receive the glide. Then we need to sneak into the right side here. There we go. So at this point, we need to drop to a higher location first. Let's do that. Oh yeah, that's right. This was the area where I kind of needed to slap my way across to fully traverse it. Okay. Hang on. We did it previously. Or did we? Actually, no. This was the area where I couldn't seem to get across. I could not cover that distance. That's why we didn't finish that. So it seems like I need something else to refresh my energy at that point in order to make it. Unless we're overthinking it and we can actually just do it by the wall crawl because it goes faster. Oh, that's so much better. That's how to do it. Having just received a glide, I seem to have had the misconception that you just used a glide for everything, and that was absolutely not the case. I wonder why these are green. Or bluish. Okay, we need to go over to this one here. And then take this. Yeah, let's not forget that we do, in fact, still have the ability to climb, even if we have to glide to get to so many places. Oh, I was trying to grapple upwards and I couldn't. Whoops, wrong button. Yeah, that was just a slight muscle memory issue. I just missed grapple entirely. Oh, how come it... That didn't seem to give me an energy refresh very quickly. Well, let's go with that. I think I hit the wrong button first, and if I accidentally get into a glide first, then it depletes my energy slightly, and we don't have the full bar for the grapple. And that's... Yeah, because you need to use it right away. Whoops. Ooh, that's not great. Well, if we take a death, how much are we losing here? 0. Okay, we're not holding anything right now, so that's fine. Didn't give me much distance, actually. Whoa, 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 that's a big fall. I think I need to double jump, and then we... After that tap, we double jump, and then we get a bit more height off of the grapple. That's the thing I'm missing, apparently. Like, you tap, jump, and then take it. And then, having landed here, we can do the climb. Up here. Now, there is something on the left. Let's check the right first. To open this gate. That is a shortcut to this area in the canopy. Interesting. And we'll keep going up, why not? The trunk. Quite the botanical preserve. Makes sense for a generation ship. You need to pack the ecosystem with you. Really interesting change of music here too. Well, I mean, I guess we could just blindly jump across and see what happens. Right, because we're on an upper level of the canopy that seems to be above the lower level that we had traversed previously. I mean, it's letting me come here for a reason. Let's see what happens. That is quite some distance to cover. There we go. And that looks like a notable key item of some sort. Flash memory. It's a data... Destroy the coordinates. Do not let anything or anyone stop you. So, Noden took over everything here, it seems. Just sabotaged the mission. That seems like somewhere that's traversable up there. Let's see if I can actually make it across. Not really. There's a high point up there that we haven't been able to get to then. Let's see. Start a little higher if we can. No, not really able to reach. That's okay. Whoop. Barely snuck out. And then, yeah, there's something to the left that we hadn't actually seen yet. We'll figure that out. So here I just floated to the right. But I won't be able to reach the high platform just yet. That will have to be done either later or from above. If that is at all possible. We've been here. There's quite a lot lower down as well. Oh, slipped a little bit here when switching from glide to climb. That's the thing that we were concerned about. Let's see if we can make it back up somehow. Yeah, up we go. There we are. And, oh, looks very close, actually. I feel like it is doable if we optimize that just a little bit. Maybe if we... No, we will do a little bit of the forward thrust on that to just gain a bit of distance. That might be enough to make it work. Like, jump. Oh, whoops, hang on. Oh, how come it's not giving me a triple slash in that? Oh. How come I'm no longer able to do the combo? That's strange. I'm only able to do one hit. Wait, did I change something? That's interesting that I no longer have the 3-hit attack. I have the heavy strike after grapple mod. I didn't realize that it affected that, actually. However, the heavy strike by itself does project you forward slightly, so maybe that replaces that functionality. Yeah, I didn't realize I did that. Oh well. That's going to maybe require some change of habit here. But it does get me over. Yeah, it still projects you forward a tiny bit, so it still works. Oh, and it just wraps back here anyway. Did we get anywhere close to this? Yeah, we had climbed this previously. Yeah, for the purposes of the boss, maybe the heavy grapple doesn't make sense, but for platforming purposes, it does get you forward quickly. It's just that you can't do as much of an air stall as before, though, which, for some circumstances, will be a bit of an adjustment. Yeah, no, this is where we've been before. We still can't go to the upper right platform yet. Yeah, you said you ended up unequipping it because that and the charge sound effects were bothering you. Well, hang on, let's see. How does it sound? Okay, I'm fine with that. But yeah, definitely the lack of the 3-hit combo might throw me off a bit. But some of the bosses are very hit and run anyway, so let's climb back up. Now, there was something to the left that I did not see previously. Let's see what that was. This area here, I think. Or was it? Ah, here, junk pile. Yeah, you're saying like you have that electrical aura around you and you didn't like the constant buzzing while exploring? Yeah. Understandable. Okay, let's see where I'll go from here. That's just where I came up. Whoa, that was a save. No, we had checked that. Yeah, this was the way that we came in. I think we had checked what we want to up there, though. Maybe we can't do much more over there for now. I mean, I guess we could have dropped in from the top and just dropped down. Actually, no, because we were over the canopy, right? So maybe not. Well, let's just proceed as before. When we actually map out the place, we'll have a better understanding of it. This is not the way anyway, though. Right, because we floated down here and I actually don't have a... Oh, except we would need to climb across. And fall a little bit short. Okay, this is interesting then. Yeah. Because then you would need to do that. I'm over it, but I can't actually make it. I think we need to find another way down then. Maybe we need to do this climb again. And find another way down. Whoops. Totally wasn't watching. Or we'll just wind up taking a death and we'll lose 52, which is really nothing. And we'll at least get a chance to map out some of this stuff. That's okay. We won't deliberately take the death. I do want to see if I can blunder my way out, but... yeah, we'll try the current setup on the boss and see how it works out. Let's go back this way because maybe we can drop back through the middle. And also pick up some health. Yeah, we can't really drop through the canopy though, it seems. But okay. Maybe on this side. Okay, this is new. Coming down here. Whoa, didn't even see this. Does a good bit of damage actually, and look at how well we can chain it now. Because you get energy, you get grapple again as long as you aim it properly. So yeah, now we can actually start doing aerial combo combat. Oop, no energy for the grapple. Oh, it's pushed out. Look at that, because you can just like hairpin slash hairpin slash. And yeah, if you actually had it in combination with the attack where you can attack into the hairpin, that 40 pointer, if you have the budget for it, that'll be wonderful. And in fact, even if you had this one, damage when energy is not fully charged, well, that will apply to the first attack. That is the heavy strike, right? Like, it combos with the heavy strike, presumably. And so even if you free up an additional 20 points, then that to me seems very natural to put together. Whoa, look at that. I guess this is just a way back up if you need some way to do it. And we have something to the left that we haven't seen, which we won't see from inside the trunk here. Ah, okay, we'll have a shortcut. Yeah, all these things that we were missing from just beelining to the boss. And we did see this passage earlier, I just couldn't push through it because it was blocked. Now we're pretty close to the boss area. Now, have I explored what I wanted to? Because there was still one core that we knew about earlier that we didn't see. And of course, if we fall down, we do want to try to open the gate to the left. Oh, interesting that I have the 3-hit combo available again. Why wasn't it available earlier then? That's interesting. How come I couldn't slash earlier? You think the heavy strike after grapple and attack during a hairpin are separate? Yeah. Yeah, they would be. But the thing is, you know, the movements would fluidly go together. I do think it would synergize with this one, though. Because for a heavy strike, you only need the 1 hit. How come I couldn't do the 3-hit combo when I was up above? I wonder if that was just environmentally specific. Oh, I must have spent my heavy strike on something. So, yeah, I see. Okay, I understand that if you grapple onto something, your heavy strike remains indefinitely charged until you use it. It's not just temporary, hence why we're stuck with it for the longest time. And hence why we are able to actually move again. Okay. All this time I didn't understand that. Oh, we've been through this one previously. I've seen this one. Oh. I stood too close. I didn't really have any room to move. Right. So it was this spot here to the left where we could see something available. So I know what room that's in now. That's in the top corner on the way down. Yeah. I see it, but I'm not going to get it yet. Oh. Okay. Come down this way this time. Instead of just beelining to the boss and skipping the whole zone and being penalized for it accordingly. So we cannot just open this door yet, and it looks like we can't just, you know, shut across and say, let me out. Well, I guess we do in fact have to commit to the fight. I'm surprised that you can't just open the quick shortcut yet, but we did open up the trunk shortcut though, so that would be the fast way through, perhaps. Oh, and we can ring the chimes, that's interesting. Oh, we actually got into the boss before we did this. Let's do this. Did I skip the boss? I don't think I did. We haven't fought it yet.
A drop in the ocean. Tangled vines among withering stars.
Anyway, here's the breath.
My garden. It grew boundless. From eye to heart, livelier than ever. Yet its blooms hide deeper, darker roots. A hunger that cannot ever be satiated. And then there's you, again, the little sapling who wished to save the sun. Will you do it, sapling? Will you give back what you have been gifted? It matters little. Have my voice. Do what you please with it. I don't care.
Interesting. That's... We triggered this, but, well, let's talk about it after. Because we didn't actually deal with the boss on the right. Right? So was that not a requirement for just dropping in here? A voice that carries the weight of indifference. Curious. Yeah, I didn't expect we would just get that. And also open up the door. Well, opening up the door here does give you the shortcut to the boss room though, so that's potentially kind of important. All this time the breath was dormant? No, it can't be. See, the librarian clearly didn't talk to the bots that knew the breath had been slacking for 700 years. You thought Naboo was the only route to the breath. Oh, because... But we dropped in from up top anyway, right? Like, why would it be the only route to the breath when... Oh, perhaps you did the glide across the bottom here and then looped back up. Instead of taking the top path and dropping back down. But then... Pre-tendrils, you can't get there. Wait a minute. Because, okay, the thing that gated off this entire zone was the bell tower key, right? I'm thinking about this and looking at the movement that was required and thinking, do you have the ability to get the bell tower pass without the wall climb? Because if you did things in a vastly different order, then perhaps, yeah, maybe you didn't have access to the canopy. But actually, I'm not even sure how that order would work because we picked up the bell tower key there so late. And I just kind of assumed that it was gated behind climbing. Interesting. Likewise, I'm kind of guessing that Sol and Vin up here might even be an alternate path in their own right. But, I mean, we're still going to fight the boss. The boss was clearly there. And we'll see what actually happens with that, I suppose. The tendrils path were definitely designed with a glide in mind. Well, yeah, you definitely can't do any of that stuff up there without a glide. So... And previously, when I dropped into this room, I just kind of headed directly to the right, so I didn't even see this interaction in the middle because we had already dropped down here the first time. Why did they give up their duty? It was no hope of stopping the gloom water. What about fixing the library? I need to go back and bring the news to the others. Well, I mean, now we have a shortcut to the boss if we can, so... Let's see, I mean, you know, we haven't really had a proper boss fight today yet, and so... Let's take a look at what we did here. That's a big path, actually, look at that. And, yeah, there was something on the right side here. In that room. Oh, I think we didn't even check that. That area that can continue to the right from up top. Well, let's see what happened to the fight on the right. Yeah, it didn't even occur to me that glide would be something that could happen before the Striders, but goes to show the flexibility of this game. I was using the slap a lot for the Striders, yeah. You got glide before Striders as well, Sampiz. Okay, I see. Well, interesting to compare notes on this kind of thing. But anyway, the breath has been taken care of. And... Oh! Is that... Okay, no, that was always collapsed, though. We... still have a fight here, don't we? There we go, yeah. Let's take it. Anyway, here's the Keeper of the Breath. He doesn't have a job anymore. I don't think he's happy about that. Okay, we have to watch the dodge timing. Okay, so that's all gonna drop on me. Oh, I didn't expect that attack from top. Whoop. Okay, we were getting hit like crazy. So I can just kind of get behind him on that attack. And, oop, I got hit. That's okay. We don't have a good sense of what hits me on that fight yet, so... We'll learn it. And just figure out what the attack patterns are. But definitely closing in with the hairpin is an option on this fight, and might be a good one with the heavy strike available. Okay, here's Naboo once again. Okay. Oh. Managed to dodge, actually. Yeah, I can't really see that coming. I guess maybe that's always around the edge or something. So it kind of stabs down below. Yeah, I don't see the tell yet for the attack coming in from ceiling. hitbox backwards. Oh, got kicked in the face. Now we're still in a phase 1, so to speak. Like, I'm not at half health on this yet. Oh, it looks like we might have a phase change here. That's a phase change for sure. Oh, okay, yeah, because we need to stay aloft now. Whoops. Well, I mean, you know, we need to do more gliding for that probably, but... Yeah, so 06, I realized I totally misunderstood what you were saying earlier. You were saying the tendrils path was designed with a glide in mind. So it was designed for the glide to be the thing that gets you to the tendrils. Okay. I didn't understand that until I just reread that. I'll have to look over my footage for that, because I guess I was just, you know, from second nature, just projecting myself forward with the 3-hit combo. And yeah, no, I wasn't confused that you meant the striders by saying tendrils. Same thing, but I didn't know you were talking about the path to get the wall climb. I thought you were talking about the upper path over here or something, but I mean, I guess this is where you pick up glide, and then obviously glide gets you through much of it. The thing is, I was using the glide and the climb so interchangeably that I wasn't really even thinking about what the requirement was for any particular step there, so... Anyway, here we are. Oh, whoops. Got stabbed right away. Got stabbed for 2 points right away. And then, oh, no, not great. That was a really bad start, actually. Really bad start. Well, we had a good attempt before that, where we did get to phase 2 without too much trouble, but we'll need to get back to dodging well. And that last time we benefited quite a bit too from not having too many of those globs drop from the ceiling. Can't believe the breath did nothing at all. Anyway, we'll try to take down this fight. And that will probably be what we end with today, but we'll see how long it takes to get there. Okay, he's gonna pounce. So we need to be prepared to dodge. Okay. Okay, no, I see. Wow, that trails you quite a ways. But I do see the tell for that now. And we can just climb out of the way for that stuff. Oh, missed my dodge. Climb out of the way again. Okay. Yeah, no, I have to dodge through that if it's following me all the way to the wall. Oops, got kicked in the face. And then, yeah, so run. It's okay. Oh, missed my dodge. Got pretty far, though. Need to work out a couple of details, but... we're on the right track. We played that a bit cleaner. Yeah, if you look at the order in the inventory, I mean, I don't know what's first here, but Hairpin, Dodge, Harvester, Sail, Striders. Yeah, I mean, I guess they put Sail above Striders in the order here, but I don't think that necessarily tells you much. Kind of interesting that whatever's in the top slot there is still missing. That column. Okay, let's not get stomped on the initial pounce. Oh, nope. I whiffed my dodge. Did it way too early. Okay, let's get out of the way. Oh, nope. Oh. It's okay, we can just get out of the way here as well. Okay. Oh no, need to get out. Yeah, if we see him dig in like that, we just need to go. So it feels so much more natural with the energy reload to just have the grapple available and be able to stay in the air. Okay. Oh, whoa, I got hit. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot more dodging that we need to do. I mean, depending on energy for that phase, we might even be able to just stand on a wall and then hit something and just get back on the wall to wait out a part of it. Okay, we're taking too much damage, but we are getting phase 2, so... It'll be interesting to see what the eventual speedrun routing for this game is like. But it's nice to be so early into the process of discovery when people are still familiarizing themselves with what you can do in it. Okay. Okay, run out. let's just get out here and let him charge in. Actually, the climb is so fast, it really gets you out of that quite nicely if you can get out decently. Yeah, I whiffed my dodge a little bit there, but it's okay, we hit it in the end. Oh, no. Still have a little bit of trouble reading that tell every now and then. Okay. 2 hits remaining going into this phase as before. Yeah, you can kind of see this alternating sequence there. Okay. I am playing that part a little bit chaotically at the moment, and so we definitely need to rethink that just to figure out how to bounce and stay alive safely. That is a pretty big obstacle at the moment. I think I'm fine with my current setup, though. We might take off... Oh, we actually should have taken off some of the... Hang on, let's rethink it. Things that are Naker related, we don't actually need those at the moment. I keep forgetting that we actually should shed those for bosses just to get a little bit more going in terms of either damage or even a point of health with 20 if we want to. So yeah, let's actually reconfigure a little bit to build for a boss specifically. So yeah, we don't need these two at the moment. Which means we can try out the Foolish Ideal synergy for expending energy on a grapple. And see how well that does. Although, given that the issue right now is the dodging phase, in phase 2, maybe an extra health point might actually pay off. But we'll see. If we take less damage just by getting through phase 1 faster, then that's already beneficial. So we can just try to expend energy into the grapple attack. And it isn't even necessarily the hairpin that can expend the energy. You can also do so just with things like the climb and the glide. And with all of that in play, we should get some decent damage output going. Oh, got a kick in the face. That's alright. Okay. Yeah, you can see the ground rumble into that attack. Okay, rumble, rumble. Dodge everything. Oh, missed. That's unfortunate. That was an easy one to dodge. Just kind of whiffed it. Yeah, we just consistently grapple through. We got a really fast damage phase going. Oh, no, missed. That's too bad. We don't have any more room for error. So we need a little bit of energy left so you can actually glide in. Oh, wow. Okay, that's new. So you do need to watch exactly where the columns are going to come up. Or at least dodge it, so. Yeah, the wall climb strategy works, but you need to leave just enough energy when you get off the wall that you still have room to glide accurately to the spot where you want to get the bounce. But that way you try to maintain as much uptime as you can on each of the bounce locations. So if you do that, then you should have most of the bounces available and can dodge most of what's coming down. But we'll see. We might need to do a bit of mid-air dodging as well that makes it all come together. And in general, just take less damage on phase 1. Oh, missed. And got hit twice, actually. That's unfortunate. Oh. Okay, dodged at least. Oops. Didn't really see that attack coming that time. But yeah, you see you get through phase 1 really quickly. It's just that I've been a bit sloppy about the damage here. Oh. Too close to the center there. Nope, too close to the one coming right down the edge. You can't completely stay on the wall because some of the bombs dropping, globs dropping do skate along the wall instead, so. Not completely safe to do it that way. Might be better to just glide back and forth, but we'll see. I mean, there is a bit of a tell as to what the pattern will be when it comes to where everything's being launched, but it's a lot to read at once. And again, if we can just take less damage on the first phase and dodge better, we know we can get through it quickly. And it's nice to finally have some damage output after spending hours just chipping away at Soul and Vin tiny bit by bit. Okay, run. Nope, missed a dodge. Saw it coming too, we just missed a timing. Oh, run. Yeah, just jump over that. When there's the follow-up. Whoop, missed. I could be a little more accurate in general here, but oh well. run out of that. At least we're not getting hit by that so much. And we are in phase 2. Okay, how to watch out here. He's gonna come in. Nope. No. There's too much going on. I think we actually want to hit one of the middle nodes first, and then if we're getting up against a wall, then we have easier access to the nodes on the outer edges of the set of 4 that spawn. But maybe instead of getting on the wall and being in the way there, we should just glide back and forth. And we also just don't have enough health available to make that many mistakes. Run. There you go. Yeah, it does tend to follow up with a charge after the white beam attack. White spike attack. I haven't been using the grapple as much as I should in order to get the heavy attack bonus. Oh, nope. Got trapped. Had to run away from it. Nope. Got slapped again. Unfortunate, but having 1 more points of a buffer than we usually do. No. Had a bit of a muscle memory issue there in terms of switching. Yeah, actually, you can just hover into the glide. Instead of going for the wall, you just hover a stationary position. And it actually works really well. Oh, just did in the wrong place. Okay, 1 more hit available. Probably won't make it, but at least we know that we should actually just hover in place for the poison phase. Yeah, because the thing about the glide is that you don't need it to go from side to side like you do in many other games. So here's another round. Or, well, another round of that. This is something new in the middle. What is that? Okay, just horizontal. Okay. It's actually almost down. But we'd need to get through maybe, okay. 1 more poison phase. Whoa, very close there on the wall. Okay, there we go. Nope, got spiked on jump in. We were so close. Actually, I could have taken him that round. I could have taken him that round if we didn't get stomped. I got a little bit greedy there. I was trying to get in there and just slap him. But we have a pattern now for the dodging phase. We have a pattern that works. It was a little bit of a close call there along the wall, but I feel like I have a method, and we'll get him down pretty soon. But yeah, with the current setup, the damage output is fantastic. We just need to dodge better. that horizontal line attack worries me a little bit. We got lucky that time in terms of jumping to the right height, but the glide can help there in terms of being able to just stall, right? It's very unusual for a glide maneuver, actually, in that you can just hold. And there's a lot that it potentially solves. Which we were previously using the air stall on the slap for. Oh, got hit, unfortunately. Oh, got hit again, unfortunately. Just missing a lot of dodges. I guess that's what happens when I'm busy trying to grapple at the same time. Dodging has taken a little bit of... Oh, yikes. That's kind of terrible for this phase, actually. Yeah, defensively I've been a bit sloppy this round. Too eager to get that damage bonus. But anyway, we'll be able to practice the dodging phase. Oh no, missed. Stood there for too long. We were blowing through those too quickly that time anyway. But I do need to watch the energy bar. It's tricky to watch the energy bar while also watching everything coming down, but you do need a good sense of whether energy depletion is going on. Pro strat, intentionally lose all your HP in the first 10 seconds for the damage boost. Yeah, if only we built into that, right? If only we had remembered to build into that. Because with the Hand's Greed, I mean, that was the idea that we had for Sol and Vin, right? Since they slapped through everything so quickly. I would not be surprised to see a lot of speedrun strats eventually just converge upon that. Staying on low health. Okay, let's dodge better this time instead of getting hit all over the place. But yeah, you can follow up on successful grapples so quickly. And the fact that you get a little bit of a dodge on the hairpin as well is something that's been getting me through a big deal of this. And, okay. Let's see, it's going to be this attack. Just need enough room to run. He's going to charge. Yeah, I was expecting it earlier actually. Very clean. Very clean phase one that time. Nope, got hit. Yeah, that's too bad. And the thing is, plants started coming back up on the side too, so we really didn't need to be that paranoid about losing all platform access. That's okay, still way better than previous attempts. Okay, then we got hit by the side attack this time. Yeah, that's hard to dodge. You don't have a float available. You need to have a lot of good height control and very good visibility on the side. Too bad. That went so well for phase one. but we ran into too many issues in phase 2. And the float path didn't go so well for me that time. We came in a little bit low on it. That's alright. It's a fun fight, actually. You also enjoyed this boss a lot, yeah? Oh, missed that dodge already. That's unfortunate. Missed that dodge already. That's also unfortunate. So much for having clean phase 1 again. Sometimes I need to have a better read on my own position. Oops. Yeah, it has been a bit sloppy compared to last time. Oh, no. Very sloppy, actually. I knew that was coming too. So yeah, we'll probably be in a bit of trouble. Given that I'm already down to 1 remaining hit before we've even hit the phase transition, and we still need to do a dodge phase now. Okay. Yeah, more plants do come up. We need to watch out for that possibility and dodge better. So you don't need to go necessarily just left to right or right to left. You have enough time after 3 of those nodes to spot which one is also coming back up. So yeah, extremely sloppy phase 1 that time, unlike the perfect one that we had prior to that. That will obviously need fixing. I mean, if I understand this correctly, technically this boss is just optional at this point, but we're doing it anyway. Okay. Get out. Oh, only got hit. Okay, 1 hit there though. Could be worse. Just hang around up here. Weave our way around. Perfect. Let's not get hit in the middle. Okay, this is where the middle attack is coming in. Actually hit the wrong button that time. I meant to dodge. I meant to float rather, not dodge, but the dodge worked just as well with that timing. Okay. Here we go. Only 2 hits so far. Oh, 3 hits so far. Never mind. Okay, next cycle should do it. I just need to survive this. Oops. I did not survive this. But that's okay. Let's burn him down. Come on, we're so close. There we go. Yeah, really fun fight, actually. Lots of movement to figure out. It's nice to have a fight that doesn't take you down in 2 hits. Again, it's been a while since we've seen one of those. Okay, poor Naboo didn't even need to be taken down, but you know. We had a job and we did it. And look at that, we get crystallized nacre over at the promenade. Now, I'm probably not going to push beyond this point just yet, I think. We should go back and heal up, and we'll probably call it for the day, I think, instead of pushing on too much. And you're saying, gee, it sure is fun, isn't it, when you actually get a chance to fight it? Yeah. I don't know, there's something satisfying, though, about, with something like Soul and Vin, like, you see the fight go from something that takes you down in 5 seconds to something that you really start to work out and stretch out over the long term. It's nice. I mean, it's nicer to have a margin of error that's not 2 hits, but that sense of progression from going to a fight where you think, okay, I don't even know how I get through the first 5 to 10 seconds, and then you actually turn it into a stamina fight. That's often been the case for some of the most memorable boss fights I've seen. The model I always have for that is Fire Leo from Beautiful Joe. That was very much this formative boss experience for me, and I think a lot of the bosses in Silksong especially kind of fall into that category as well, in some ways. Especially with so many of the double damage mechanics in that game. But yeah, definitely, you know, this took some time. But hey, we're finally seeing a setup that gets me fast damage on a boss with more points available. We could have a realistic chance that, you know, if we just do the same dodging pattern as before, we can have the damage output we need to stay in the air in phase 3 and actually get through it. Because I was looking at the life bar the other day after I logged off and got to review the video, and when we did get to phase 3 at the last attempt, there's very little health at that point. It's just that on this fight we were chipping things down so slowly. from just going tap, tap, tap everywhere, right? That if you actually build towards damage, and if you know how to sustain yourself in the air with something like a grapple that you can chain, then it suddenly looks very, very doable, even with what I have now. Now, given how much dodging we have to do now, I think I'm fine holding that off just maybe a little bit longer, but there's lots more that we can look at next time. And indeed, next time we go back into the central area, oh, you know what? Let's do one more thing. We're just going to see the little Pearl Severed announcement over here and read about the breath. And, Luca, welcome. You came in just as we're ending. But we had a great boss fight just now. And we are indeed attuned to the voice of the breath. Despite their apparent indifference, they were a gentle soul, deeply caring about all living things and even more deeply invested in our true mission. Yeah, Sanfiz, it only just occurred to me that, next time I go back to Sol and Vin, we'll also have the sail. Although, given that I kind of had a dodging pattern worked out, I probably relied too much on that. It's no wonder, then, that they took the breach of the library and the flood of their gardens as a treason. The fact that they are with you now shows they haven't completely lost hope. Their name was Amethyst. Let them be remembered. Anyway, here's the breath. The fourth incumbent embedded 651 years ago. And so that's 3 down. And, well, the spine is just upstairs. We'll have to figure out what to do with that. And there's the hand. The museum shows you what all the symbols are, but I don't entirely remember which is which. Also, the fact that we have the glide might also now get me through some of the other climbing segments that we didn't quite manage to reach. I'm not sure. We'll have to think about that next time. I think next time we'll start here first and continue seeing the promenade and seeing what was across the swamp on the lower path and just kind of filling out the loop around the gardens over here and seeing what else we can discover. Okay, that was satisfying. I'm going to do one more thing, which is remembering to make a little adjustment here. As much as I love this high damage setup. Okay, this one's not going anywhere. Energy Leecher is staying. But we're going to, for now, go back to these. But eventually when we get some more points, and when we do some bosses again, I like this combination quite a bit. And we'll see what else we want to reconfigure and play with next time. We might try out the makeshift recovery for some of the fights with more numerous enemies. And I'm going to go back to the bell tower, actually, just to mark that as our location for next time. Okay, so that is where we're going to end for today. And we will continue where we left off today with MIO Memories in Orbit soon enough. It might be a few days. We're kind of aiming generally for about 4 streams a week, like we did this week. And if I can squeeze in more I will. But we'll see how things go week to week. Tomorrow will probably be Scrabble instead of MIO, but other than that, MIO is going to remain our main commitment for now as we head into February. And yeah, once again, very pleasant to have some company here, especially from people who have also played this. And in Sam Fizz's case, saving me maybe a tremendous amount of time, even at the cost of perhaps spoiling the location of the one key that we were missing. And we have other keys that we still need to find as well eventually, so I'm sure we'll be fumbling around some more. And yeah, no, seriously, that was perfectly fine. And it was kind of interesting to hear after the fact that we had all this time done a few things in a different order from what other players might have pursued, just from going for the wall climb first. I remember now, actually, here, you know, how there's that one segment where you have to descend through the wind while the platforms are kind of shutting the wind on and off, that we were using the air stall pretty heavily in places like that. That now that I think about them, if you don't know how to do the air stall, then yeah, you're kind of expected that you'd have to glide there first. Because I was trying to think about which spots that might be the case for. And also some other places where you do a big horizontal lunge. But and I guess that would, as 065 you're saying in the chat, there was a flower there you could use to replenish the glide. I don't think I even noticed that at the time, because what was I using a flower there for if I'm not grappling, right? And yeah, a couple of other nuances here that we just didn't necessarily think about because we came here to the swamp, thought, okay, maybe I need a glide at some point, and didn't get it until late in today's session. But that's obviously opened up a big chunk of the map for us now, and we'll see what other remaining skills are going to be in store. So, thank you so much for joining me. Until we continue again in possibly a few days' time, depending on how quickly I can get back onto this. Have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything in the typical manner. And hope you've also been getting the most out of this game as both a player and a viewer. And we'll see where we head off to next. So until we meet at our next destination, have a wonderful weekend, and as always, fare thee well.